Good evening, everyone. I humbly acknowledge that the land which you live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Korean Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. For the record, we have Councillor Ball and Councillor Cardinal on Teams this evening. And councillors, if you could have your cameras on for voting so we can see your hand raised online. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council and any of the agenda items, please register now with Legislative Services desk located to my right. That's only be calling on those who have registered to speak. Following your submission, please remain seated for questions from council. You must register prior to the start of the agenda item which you're speaking. Registered delegates are permitted 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. Before we adopt the agenda, does anyone wish to serve a notice of motion? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I, Councillor Funke Banjoko, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the October 10, 2023 Council meeting. Whereas the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo is unique in some ways when it comes to cost of living, wage gaps between low income and average household incomes, and whereas social and mental health challenges faced in the region have underlying poverty factors that need to be addressed. And whereas some residents, including indigenous peoples and immigrants in the region, currently struggle with basic daily needs. Therefore, be it resolved that administration be directed to develop a poverty reduction plan specific to the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo that addresses access to affordable housing, transportation, education and training, health and mental health supports, and if a plan already exists, the administration bring forward a report with a status on the work that has been done and any future plans to address these gaps in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Dover, do you have a notice of motion? Okay, today is just the intent of the motion. They're not. There's no second or voting on today. Yeah, at the next meeting we'll have that. Thanks. After we do the motions, when we start the meeting, if you like. No, we can't make any motions. I can't make any motions right now. What if you have an actual motion to make? Councilor McGrath has one right now. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Councilor McGrath, you have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Nice to see everybody, all my colleagues back here after the summer. I think this motion, reconsideration of capital budget amendment dated July 11th, 2023, the East Clearwater Highway pre-design cancellation. By Councillor Keith McGrath, served notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at September 26th, 2023. So I guess, just in short, Mayor, I know I won't be here on the 26th. I don't want to buffalo the public, and it's just brand new to you, Jade, brand new to me. So it had to be the meeting after. So it'd be just after Thanksgiving, I think. I'll come in like a turkey.
So October 10th, we'll have that motion come forward.
Thank you. So I'll read consideration at the October 10th, 2023 council meeting. Whereas 2016, $5 million was allocated in the 2017 budget for the municipality's contribution to the overall pre-design cost of a proposed East Clearwater Highway and was subject to a commitment from other partners for the remaining pre-design. Whereas on July 11, 2023, Council approved a capital budget amendment that resulted in the cancellation of the East Clearwater Highway pre-design, and whereas Council's procedure bylaw number 2-0 allows a councillor who voted on the prevailing side of the motion the authority to serve notice of intention to reconsider the motion at a subsequent council meeting, provided that the motion has not acted upon. They only got grade 12. Jay, can you help me out? Irrevocably. I think the wife would know I've done a lot of that. Therefore, be it resolved that council reconsider the motion of July 11, 2023 to approve the capital budget amendment, project cancellation, and revisit or revise cash flow of capital projects, which resulted in the cancellation of the East Clearwater Highway pre-design.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. And the final motion, I, Mayor Sandy Bowman, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council consideration on September 26, 2023 council meeting. Whereas Moccasin Flats is located on the southern bank of the Snai River at the confluence at the Athabasca and Clearwater Rivers, and is part of Nishtawaiyu, Cree word meaning where the three rivers meet. And whereas Indigenous residents who lived there were forced to move from their homes to make way for urban development. And whereas on July 10th, 2018, the 2017 to 2021 Council unanimously approved a resolution to support and collaborate with the local Indigenous peoples of Fort McMurray with Buffalo to reconcile Moccasin Flats, and called upon the government of Alberta to undertake a public inquiry into Moccasin Flats. And whereas the 2017 to 2021 Council passed a resolution on March 12, 2019, calling upon the federal government for a federal inquiry into the matter of Moccasin Flats. And whereas letters were sent from the municipality to the federal government in 2019 calling for a federal inquiry into Moccasin Flats, and to date, no responses have been received. And whereas Council's 2021-2025 strategic plan includes a commitment to advance the municipality's response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, and a commitment to commemorating, documenting, and raising awareness to ensure significant events impacting relationships with Indigenous peoples are recognized, remembered, and honored. Therefore, be it resolved that the Regional Municipality of Buffalo recommit to the resolution of Council in 2019 and call upon the federal government for a federal inquiry into the matter of Moccasin Flats, that the mayor be authorized on behalf of Council to send a letter to the federal government to support this request. Can I have someone make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Weigel.
I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion to approve the minutes? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the minutes of the special council meeting held on August 15th, 2023 be approved as presented.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any changes, additions, or deletions? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move into the public hearing for bylaw number 23/013, land use bylaw amendment. Before declaring a public hearing open, I'm going to give a quick overview of the process. I will declare the public meeting open, followed by the introduction of the item by administration and questions from council. Then we'll move into a written submissions and any speakers and verbal submissions from any of the speakers present, followed by questions of council. To conclude, we will hear closing statements, then the hearing will be declared closed. So I hereby declare the public hearing open. A public hearing is a legislative process, and in making a decision on proposed recommendation, council can only consider information received through this hearing. As a reminder for council members, it is important that everyone participate for the duration of the hearing. Should you need to leave the chamber during the public hearing, please call for a point of privilege. We can take a brief recess. So I'd like to first invite Amanda Heides, Acting Director, Plan Development, Chris Davis, Senior Manager, Legal Services, and Leanne Kumka, Supervisor, Development Controls and Permitting Planning and Development, to provide an introduction to the opening statements.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Amanda Heides, Acting Director with Planning and Development, and with me this evening is Chris Davis, Senior Manager of Legal Services. In front of you this evening is a land use bylaw amendment request in relation to a freestanding sign currently located at the Centerfire Place. The property is at the corner of Thickwood Boulevard and Edmondson Road. The subject property is municipally owned, currently leased by the Northern Alberta Athletic Association, and is designated as Parks and Recreation. The applicant is seeking a site-specific amendment to the land use bylaw to allow for third-party advertising on the existing digital sign. Since 2013, the digital sign was approved and permitted as a freestanding sign, allowing only site-related material. Third-party advertising is not permitted on this freestanding sign as per the land use bylaw. Before we move further into the presentation, I'm going to clarify a few terms as this can get a little confusing. The land use bylaw describes a freestanding sign as a sign which stands independently of a building and contains first-party advertising, displaying information about activities occurring on the site only. An example would be an upcoming hockey game in this case. The digital sign at Centerfire Place is permitted as a freestanding sign currently. The land use bylaw describes a billboard sign as a sign which stands independently of a building and may contain first-party advertising and third-party advertising. Third-party advertising is typically paid advertising and is not allowed in the urban service area according to the land use bylaw. The digital sign at Centerfire Place is not permitted as a billboard sign. In order to legally allow third-party advertising on the Centerfire Place sign, the applicant is seeking a land use bylaw amendment to redistrict the subject property to Direct Control Parks and Recreation District. This would give Planning and Development the discretion to allow billboards on the subject property. Should Council approve the new district, the applicant would be required to obtain a new development permit authorizing a billboard sign on this site. Considering the request before you this evening, administration would like to share additional information for your awareness. Currently, the land use bylaw does not permit billboards in the urban service area. However, billboards are discretionary use in the rural service area and are predominantly located along Highway 63 North. If the land use bylaw amendment before you this evening is approved, a new district will be created and called Direct Control Parks and Recreation. This district will only apply to the subject property and gives Planning and Development the discretion to approve billboards on this site. Based on this precedent, it's anticipated other amendments will follow, seeking approvals for other billboards in the urban service area. Should Council refuse the land use bylaw amendment this evening, the existing Centerfire Place sign must comply with their existing 2013 development permit in place, restricting content to first-party advertising only. Should Council approve the land use bylaw amendment this evening, the applicant would still be required to obtain a new development permit authorizing a billboard sign on the site. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Do we have any questions from Council for Administration? Councilor Dogar?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam, and thank you, presenters, both. Very good presentation. You brought it to our notice. But I want to ask you, this third party is using this facility since how long? Few years must be? You got the question? I should repeat it.
Through the chair, through the mayor to the councillor, records have indicated that, and you have in your materials, a 2013 development permit approval. So the digital sign was approved, and it was approved as a freestanding sign. So that technically everything that was there at the time until recently, it was approved for information, but not third-party advertising. And prior to 2013, there was a fixed sign that had been approved in approximately 2007 that had a series of panels that coincidentally had third-party signage on them. And it was not a digital sign. And there's a history of signs on this site going back to at least 1985 from the same applicant and organization, in one way or another related to the Northern Alberta Athletic Association and AAA.
Thank you very much. Very appropriate reply. According to my knowing about the things, yesterday I went there and asked few residents also. Since quite some time, few years, they had been using it for their own commercial purpose. And I think it is a lack of our administration that we couldn't find it out. Now it came because they wanted to regularize it. So let's discuss more on the debate. I'll give some more point also.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to the presenter, who can own signs on that land if we rezone it? Can I own a sign?
Through the chair to Council Bussier, the existing lease agreement is with NAAA, and it is, I guess, in their privy to decide how they sublease any space within that subject property to the agreement of the municipality.
So who has the final say on who owns a sign on municipal property?
Through the chair to Council Bussier, it would be an agreement between the municipality and the operator. The municipality wouldn't choose who would own the sign. The municipality would have to decide if ownership of a sign is appropriate.
Do we have any, is there anywhere in the municipality where signs are owned by non-municipal? It's not a municipal asset.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Brunjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. My question to administration is why it took so long? Why 10 years before you come back? This is reactionary. I don't understand why, if they didn't have the permit since 2013, why it took us 10 years to get here. Because one, they are used to having this, and now we want to pull that. And I don't know how it could have been overlooked, or I don't get it. Could you educate us?
To Councillor Banjoko through the chair, generally, the approach the municipality takes to bylaw non-compliance is to respond to complaints. And one of the challenges with the current sign installation, especially digital sign installation, is it's very hard to control. With the touch of a button, I can change what you see on the screen. So that it might be difficult, not saying impossible, one could have gone by the site over the years and taken pictures of advertising that would be construed as being third-party advertising. There's very little physically that you're going to see that's different between a freestanding sign, which was approved, and a billboard. It's just really in the legality and the definition in the land use bylaw. And investigation arising from this application and prior to it has indicated that this isn't the only sign of this type that was approved in this fashion. There are other examples in the community where the sign was approved as a freestanding sign, and then it's been operating for almost a decade doing third-party advertising. So there are issues that this application is a bit of a tip of the iceberg for. There will be no doubt follow-up as a result of whatever happens here tonight. But what's before council is this application on this site and the option of adding this one use billboard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brunjoko. Councilor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair to the presenters. I guess I have a couple of questions relative to Councillor Bouzier's line of thought. How much of that site, the subject area site, does the NAAA lease?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, we're just putting the site plan back up, and that might help in the conversation.
I can't see it, so.
Sorry, it would be in your materials under the subject property. To answer your question, the area that's currently being considered for rezoning is much larger than the lease area. The lease area encompasses primarily the existing building site and goes to the north and to the north to Thickwood and to the I guess it's west side to Emonson. So the area approximately in green on the overhead around the gray building is the area that's the subject of the lease agreement with NAAA.
Okay, thank you. So further to that, when Councillor Bouzier asked, could he put a sign up there? The discussion was we'd have to talk to the individuals leasing it. There's a significant chunk of that property that's not leased by NAAA. So would they make application, if this was approved, if someone made application to administration to put up a sign in the other areas, would it be approved or would it be declined?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, if an application did come in for a new sign within this district, administration would consider and circulate the application for review and decide if it's appropriate or not. But technically, it would be a discretionary use within that district and would be to the discretion of the development authority.
So, okay, to that, have we determined that it's an appropriate use as it sits?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, dating back to the 2010 development permit, it was decided that it was an appropriate use to have a sign on the site as a freestanding sign.
Right, but not operating in third party.
Correct.
So it's been non-compliant for 13 years.
Through the chair, the permit was issued in 2013, so it's been approximately 10 years, and we don't have evidence today for council as to when the sign was or was not non-compliant. What is before you today is the request for an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you. I guess my last question about it, is it normal practice for us to rezone land to bring something into compliance?
Through the chair, under the planning provisions of the Municipal Government Act, that's Part 17, it's always open to any owner of land or anyone authorized by an owner of land to bring forward an application for a land use amendment. Land use amendments are completely within the jurisdiction of council to determine, and in some cases, it's the only process by which one can regularize or correct a site deficiency. And it's not unusual for this process in this manner to be used to respond to an existing situation.
Okay, I got a few more points, but I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to recognize a few Albarns out there. So, just an observation. Signs have been an issue in the municipality for 3 decades. We got 12 just north side of town we own. Would this be similar to the commitment made by an entrepreneur north of the town that was shut down for a couple of years? The billboards, in the same spirit. Is that settled out? Because I know it took a lot of administration time. I guess through the chair, is that issue being resolved, we'd go back to just the single lane towards Syncrude. So after Terranova Park, it was big green billboards. It was transportation, then it was a municipality. So it seems like we probably don't do the best at signs, but I know Thickwood, Casman Center, the All Barns, that was a big hot corner, even 30 years ago, because I used to beat the Germains there to get my sign up. So signs have always been in our community. I guess what we brought a motion forward because it's not just signs. We have people in the same areas that beautified their yards, and after the fire, we found that people took a little bit of extra space, but they looked after it. But we're in a community where we're trying to excel. So what would be the worst outcome here today? A sign that's lit up 24 hours a day with different things for the community, and probably enough to cover. Like, I don't know the business side of it, but wouldn't you think it's on us? So I guess that's the question for a minute. If I drove past something that I was responsible for, and it went on for a decade, and you say, I think there's, I guess, two questions. What would be the worst outcome if we voted against? Would they have to take the sign down? That's the first question.
To the chair, to Councillor McGrath, from the perspective of administration, we agree that in terms of signage, and going back to a recent motion, we certainly need to look at a coordinated approach to signage within the community, and that's something that should be in alignment and brought forward through the land use bylaw amendment, so that it's consistent and clear, and there's rules in place that are refreshed. In terms of whether or not it's approved or not this evening, your question about what could that mean, if it's approved, then the sign would be operating, assuming that a development permit is applied for and approved, the sign would be operating in compliance with the amendment land use bylaw. If it's not approved this evening, then the sign would have to be in compliance with their existing development permit, which is only a freestanding sign, which is not permitting third-party advertising. It would only be first-party content related to what's happening in the building.
I guess the second question is that what would be the legal ramifications? Because if we allowed it for so long, it just becomes acceptable. I just want to know the ins and outs, I guess. And the chart you had up there, that's the new chart in the new bylaw. We had a head start on that because in 2013, we spent about $500,000 where you could put election signs, a meter in from the curb. So would that be something that's coming back similar to? Would they be the same areas, I guess?
To Councillor McGrath, through the chair, I really appreciate your reflection on some of the history of 30 years of signage.
Some of it is taking our eyes off the bobber of our real issues in the community. That's my concern, because the city started it when they got into the sign business, and we never had a truck to do the signs. My question is, if I was a business owner and you accepted something in a municipality and you let it happen, I think due diligence would play a fact someplace. That is that's coming from a guy that spent a lot of time around here getting in trouble and trying to do my best to stay out of it. So my question is, I want my colleagues to know that this is not just about a sign. This is about our due diligence. And we create the governance, we create the policy. It's just forgotten about a lot of times. So I'd ask for a legal opinion, because I don't want to spend the next 24 months while we shrink our community talking about a sign in Thickwood. I want to talk to the owners out there that we're going to get a road through and get people back here so they can look at the signs. And I guess the last question through the chair, have we ever had any complaints in the neighborhood about the light? I know I appreciate the lights at Holy Trinity 24 hours a day because I think it's good for the kids. But has there been any, like I know Bill lives across the road, has there been any noted complaints to you with the sign?
So endeavor to respond to two
I'm
questions
sorry, I just
through the
had,
chair.
I had the whole summer off, as you know, and geez, I'm just piled up with questions.
Councillor, you can ask as many questions as you'd like. I'll do the best I can to respond. So through the chair, first question about the legalities. You can never regularize an illegal use by lack of enforcement. If something's legal or illegal, it is what it is. And so we talk sometimes about legal non-conforming or just purely illegal. And the way to correct an illegal condition is to do exactly what you're seeing tonight, which is to bring forward a land use amendment that will respond to the problem and, in effect, repair the problem that has been occurring. And whether it's been occurring for 5 months or 10 years, respectfully, it's a problem, and that's why we're here today.
I guess through the church's response, I appreciate that because we created it, and now we're going to try to fix it. But up until the time we fix it, we have to accept what we created. And that's why the grandfather and idea came in. Not saying that it's not going to be voted on. And just to be clear, the only sign that I have is every 4 years or every 3, and I don't think there's any more left. So I'm just saying this could cascade, not just this one sign, because then we'll go around town, we look for one that's over in Tickwood, that maybe the Girl Guides are using. And while we're doing all that, we can't get a bridge fixed, we can't get a pothole fixed from the province. So I appreciate what you're bringing to, because I know these 11 people, when we make a decision, we affect the community today, but more so tomorrow. And if something is there that we accept it, I got a hard time taking it away. But when it's categorized and there's a new policy in place, then you got to follow it. And some guy might put a sign on his truck that's illegal.
Sir, Councilor McGrath, if you want, had another question, but we'll go in debate.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Sorry, I slipped.
Through the chair, I will answer Councilor McGrath's other question, which was, has there ever been a complaint? And yes, there was. I mean, looking through the file records, there have been complaints in the last 5-7 years from some of the neighboring community asking if something could be done to dim down the lights between, after, let's say, midnight. And it actually is a condition of the approval that the lights be turned off between midnight and 5 a.m. It says in the approval because of the proximity to a park, but I think there was an understanding in the approval that also there were neighboring residential dwellings and that they might be affected. So it's not unusual for signage and development permits related to signage, especially brightly illuminated digital signs, to have fairly strict controls in the brightness of those signs, and particularly where there's residential occupancy nearby.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the response. Sometimes the place that need to be lit up have a lot of darkness, and I think it helps in the nighttime. But I was curious, and if something can be done, if there's citizens that is lighting up their homes, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Any other questions from council? Do we have the information on how many complaints were received in the last 10 years since this has been up?
I'm recalling just from doing investigation on this matter over the last year that we definitely had 1, possibly 2 complaints from nearby residents. Unfortunately, the message back to them was that there wasn't anything that could be done, but my interpretation is that was incorrect. There actually was an enforceability or enforcement action that might have been pursued.
What about complaints as being a third-party advertising?
I'll turn this back to Director Heidiss.
Through the chair, to the mayor. So during the public open house, which was a requirement of this amendment process, there was a question posed by the applicant to the public, and the concerns that were captured through that open house. There were 2 issues which were captured. One was the brightness of the sign. It was too bright at night. And then secondly, there was a complaint about advertisements should be limited to local businesses, which is very difficult to control. But those were the 2 issues that were brought up through the open house and the public survey.
Thank you. But was there any, besides their open house, was there any other, do we have a record of any complaints made through the pulse line or through to the CEO or to council regarding third-party advertising or anything with that sign? Because it went up 10 years ago and it was advertising at that time. We would have, if people were concerned, to be complaints.
Through the chair to the question, beyond what Chris Davis had mentioned, I'm not aware, but we could find out through Pulse if there was any additional input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions here. Do we have any interest or revenue that we can expect, or what is the interest of the municipality?
To Councillor Banjoko through the chair, the only interest we have, it's indirect, but there is some interest. The Center Fireplace, formerly Casman, is operated by the NAAA under a lease agreement, sometimes called an operating agreement. That agreement is designed to be a no net benefit agreement so that ultimately revenue is supposed to be neutral. There is clearly an incentive or a suggestion that the facility be operated in a fiscally prudent fashion, and I believe the operator endeavors to do so by raising revenues through advertising, through promotions and other means, including ticketing involving the Barons. And so they have a range of opportunities to raise revenue. So does that indirectly affect the municipality? Yes, through the CFP granting process. You know, how successful the arena is operated ultimately leads to the amount of money that this council's asked to provide to support the operation. So I think that's the indirect outcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to one of the presenters or both. Does the applicant in this particular scenario have to be the owner?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, no, the municipality on any application, either land use or development permit, can accept or will accept the authorization of the owner to make an application. So as long as the owner ultimately does consent, then the municipality would process it. So typically on either land use or development permit, there will be an owner's authorization letter required.
And who's the applicant in this particular case?
I believe it's a sign company that I remember seeing.
Is it in here? I read through it.
I thought it was in the materials. I'm sorry, I misspoke through the chair. I was looking at the 2013 development permit where the applicant was at that time another sign company. This applicant is the NAAA.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Do we have any other questions from council? Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. There's other alternatives that we can obviously choose. I believe they were mentioned, but they weren't described. Could you describe the other alternatives?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, in the council report, there are alternatives that are listed out, 3 alternatives. One alternative is to keep the freestanding sign as it exists, but enforce the condition of the 2013 permit. So essentially, it would be the sign only displaying information related to activities on the site itself. The second alternative was a site-specific amendment to the signs district chart in the land use bylaws. So essentially, allowing it would basically change the chart within the land use bylaw, allowing for third-party signage on the site. You're basically getting the same result if you are to approve the amendment tonight. It's a very similar option. And then the third option is council may direct administration to assume and maintain ownership of the subject signage. And administration would then take responsibility for the upkeep, maintenance, and advertising of the signage. Thank you.
So was there a fourth option to remove the sign if it wasn't approved?
Within option 3, there's sort of the two sub options. If the yeah, okay, thank you.
So further to that, on point 2, we go into an explanation where it says, while planning and development does not support the installation of billboards in a park space, a site-specific amendment to the sign matrix to allow for a billboard would serve to resolve this ongoing issue. If you don't support this, why would we approve it?
This statement here is essentially trying to explain that if we were to make a site-specific amendment to allow for signage on this site, it would only be for the site that is at the Centerfire Place. It wouldn't apply to all parks and recreation districts within the region.
I understand that, but this is a park space, and it says, while planning does not support the installation of billboards in a park space, which this is a park space.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, I would encourage council to think of this application as very unique and specific. And I believe the intention of that statement was to say, as a general policy, administration's not saying that billboards or freestanding signs should be placed in most park spaces. This park space happens to be on a fairly significant residential road. It's almost more of an express road in the community. It has existed in one form or another since the 1980s. And so it stands on its own merits, and ultimately in this item that's before you, we simply, as a policy process, encourage council to keep an open mind and look at the site-specific nature and not look at the region, but just look at this site in making your decision on whether to either approve the requested amendment or to leave things as they are.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, through the chair, the legal, Chris, I guess here's my struggle. Administration is asking us to write, which you could argue you're wrong. Like, this thing has been ongoing forever. This zoning will create an inequity with signs in the community. So why would we put council in that position? We're trying to right a wrong here, which is totally wrong. We're trying to make something that's non-conforming or illegal, legal, and we're putting the onus on council when this should have been an administrative thing dealt with many years ago. For whatever reason, it slipped through the cracks. You can come up with your own reason, but this creates an inequity. We know that, so why isn't administration saying that? This is a one-off.
Through the chair, and again, trying to keep the conversation focused on the one-off, because that's what it is.
Absolutely.
But it's a one-off that's representative of other similar issues in the community. And we know that through our investigation.
Show me one. Tell me one.
I can tell you all 3 billboards in the downtown close to Highway 63 were all approved as freestanding signs, but they're operating as billboards.
They're on private lands.
But you asked the question through the chair, respectfully, you asked the question about whether there's other examples, and those are the examples.
With all due respect, and I'm not a lawyer, those are not examples. I can go down and buy the sign by Earl's, or I can go down by the one by Spruce Land. The sign currently is not for sale. I can't buy that sign. We know that. And if I apply, or ECDEV applied for a sign on any parcel of that land, if it's rezoned, it's probably not going to happen, because all of a sudden you're going to have an individual or someone else own a sign on a municipal land The other signs are not on municipal land. They're on lands that are owned, and I'm assuming that whoever owns those signs pays rent to whoever. So please, with all due respect, don't bring those two signs into this conversation. This is a one-off.
Through the chair, to Councillor Bussier, the other example I think I was looking at today is a Rogers telecommunications sign. So the municipality does lease municipal land to operators for certain instances. And again, that's just an example of where this kind of arrangement for rent, for a fee directly to the municipality does occur. In this case, the rent is paid to a tenant as a sublease through a lease that we approve with the operator.
Are we debating now?
No, just questions right this time, but we will be in a few minutes. Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you for giving me the chance. Though the lapse is over years and years, maybe a decade, but the positive part is you people brought it yourself. Administration found it yourself and brought it. But again, brought it in an incorrect way that approve it. Why to approve a wrong thing? So there should be a solution, and should be recommending a solution. I have a solution I will give in the debate part of it. Now, Mayor will not allow me to speak more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I just have one further question. What other land uses in the urban service area do we allow billboards? Will this be the only one?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, we do not allow billboards anywhere in the urban service area.
And this would be described as a billboard, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Are there any other questions for administration from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chris. Have we received any written submissions that need to be acknowledged for the record?
Thank you, Your Worship. Confirming for the record, there's no written submissions received with respect to this public hearing.
Thank you. Do we have any verbal submissions? Verbal submissions, I'd like to begin with Jeremy Laporte. And Jeremy, just for the record, please state your name, and you have 5 minutes to present. If you could remain seated for questions afterwards, please.
Hello. For the record, my name is Jeremy Laporte. Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Jeremy Laporte, and I'm the owner of Extraction Media. We are a small local business and have 3 digital billboards in the urban service area. We are currently negatively affected by the center fire billboard and will continue to be affected if this amendment is approved. I wish to express my opposition in this amendment. In this council report, the applicant says that the use of the sign to help center fire cover operating costs. While I am not opposed to this generating revenue, Center Fire Place can offer advertising at a lower than market rate, which undermines the ability of other local businesses to be competitive. I rent the land my signs are on, which is a significant portion of my operating cost. This is not the case for Center Fire Place, and as a result, they can provide advertising at a much lower rate than myself and other providers. Since they receive funding from the municipality, operating the sign is being subsidized at the cost of small business. It is hard to be competitive when you're competing with their product for free, in this case, subsidized by the municipality. As a small business owner, I'm asking for it to be a fair, level playing ground. It feels distinguishedly unfair to permit something that has been allowed to operate illegally for years just to make the issue go away. It's clear, and I'm asking for forgiveness rather than permission, mindset that is bad for business and hardship those who follow the rules. For example, if a plumber or electrician pulls permits and follows the rules and another doesn't, we don't just give them a permit anyways and change the building permit for the one person to continue on. All the other billboards in Fort McMurray have development permits and have gone through the permitting process. They are in commercial and industrial districts that are appropriate for third-party advertisements. Even in this draft of Land Use Bylaw 2021 that has been brought to council and continuing on, which had public engagement, they are allowed in highway, commercial, or industrial districts. This land use is very far from the existing or draft land use allows. If this one case is allowed to go forward, which it means in other districts and organizations, what about schools, arenas, and Syncrude Athletic Park? What about recreational facilities in rural communities? Do they get one too? Administration raised concern that the approval of this application could lead to more similar applications. This shows that this is a needed larger issue, and Howick of fair to look for third-party advertising billboards and engagement with stakeholders, please. By going to direct control, it removes the ability for people to appeal a permit based on the merits of this application. The Municipal Government Act says you can only appeal if administration doesn't follow the direction of council. The amendment doesn't have any direction to speak to the brightness of the advertising. Myself and other business owners are concerned residents would not be able to appeal the development permit of this sign. The council report suggests 3 alternatives. 1, I support the first for the sign to follow the approved development permit as a freestanding sign. 2, I do not support the second alternative, which has the same effect as this amendment, but goes without calling it direct control. It does not address the narrative impact of the sign currently has on my business. 3, I could support third-party advertising for the municipality to take over operation and ownership of the sign, but it would depend on the type of advertising. This could be an opportunity for advertising events at the Center Fire Center and nonprofits in the region, similar to the static billboards owned by the municipality coming in when we come in Highway 63 into town. Should council wish to approve this amendment, I ask considered fairness and opportunity that they be subject to the same market conditions myself and others were put under. I appreciate this difficult decision, but I hope you make the right one, not the easy one. I'm asking for fairness with all businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. You did get under 5 minutes.
Sorry, thank you.
For just a question, Jeremy, you said how many signs do you have in the urban service area?
I currently have 3 billboards.
Okay, and legal just said that we have no?
Well, not urban, it would be down, like, along Highway 63.
So is Highway 63 still considered urban?
I'm not sure. I'm not a planner, so. I'm not sure.
Okay, so you have 3 on Highway 63.
Highway 63, correct.
So can anybody in planning let me know if that is considered urban? The urban service area is inside the boundaries of Fort McMurray, correct?
Through the chair, to respond to the question, the 3 signs that I'm aware of is one that's located by Earl's, one by Boston Pizza, and one that's further out by Confederation. It's a single blade. I know the Earl's one was approved as a freestanding sign, not as a billboard sign. I believe the same principles applied to Boston Pizza and likely, although I haven't done the research on the other sign. So there is.
Okay, so that, so
they're all urban service area.
Okay, but they're approved as freestanding.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That is, thank you. Thanks, Chris. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you. And second, Jeremy, I got a request. Do you own the 3 big steel structures, the first 3, out north?
No.
Where's yours at?
Mine are at Earl's, above Earl's, and at the old Midlight. It's Midlight, the old Spruce Land building. You'd know that, I guess.
Yeah, that was Norman's their lumberyard.
Yeah, correct.
That's when we all got along.
Yeah.
The sign says no freaky people allowed in here. And what's really, I guess the question is, sorry, Mr. Mayor, would be the financial impact on your business today what would it be? What has it been, I guess?
Well, through the chair, I'll say that I have lost advertisement business through onto the Center Fire Center. I can give you an example. A client called me just recently.
Yeah.
And so I am losing business and revenue that way, right?
But I guess through the chair again, you're a local guy,
I am.
and all these guys are local kids. And I know firsthand, you know, anytime I want to give away a bike or a car, I'd call, it got up on the billboard, free, because we were doing something for the community. And I think that'll go on. But my question would be, I guess, Jeremy, what would make it right for you tonight?
You know, to answer your question through the chair, Councillor McGrath, I do a lot of nonprofit stuff for free. I run the hospital, the SPCA, anybody that's ever asked me to put anything on there. I've done stuff at Avenue Coffee. I do it all the time for free. I'm currently doing Fuse Social for minimal cost. If I can help out this community, I do. So it's not just a one-way thing, and it's not me against, I want to resonate this, it's not me against the Casman Center. It's me against going with what's right and evil for level playing ground for everyone in this community. I'm not asking for special service for myself or anyone else. I just want the same bylaws to be followed, because this council votes those bylaws in, and we all individuals need to follow it. If we don't, and we make a special exception, what's the point of having a bylaw?
We should never got into the sign business.
Maybe that's correct.
I guess through the chair, the ones at the airport, they would be, you know, I can't say the guy's name because I won't get in no trouble.
Yeah.
But the big ones, they're like 10 grand a month, right? I mean, we couldn't even take a second look at it. But going back to the schools, I think it's pretty cool. They have signs, tells the parents what things are coming. So I think that's off limits. Myself anyways, but I got to go back to this, Jeremy. How would you feel? I guess this is a fair question. You're doing something for 12 years and it's accepted. It's like, I guess, maybe Bride accepting me. You can't change it overnight, because what would be fair to these people? I mean, I don't know the markets of advertising. What would be fair? Because at the Casman Center there's going to be a hockey game, might be bingo, might be craft. I just don't see that. Like, I can't dig. If you got a good business and give them good service and give them good pricing, it's no different than out the plants. We're back to 2000 rates. It all got to do with service. I think myself, if I got a billboard and I can't see my face, I'm not renting it there. But the question would be, how do we sever off, make sure we're looking after the kids, and make sure we're looking after you? Because I know myself firsthand, being involved with charities and stuff, a lot of stuff on the billboard, it is promoting the well-being of our community. And I'm not picking up for Casman. Sorry, Norm, or Leroy, Center Fire. It's been there since, that's the thing, it's a staple in our community, not the sign, the place. So I guess a fair question for me before I vote on it would be, I don't want you mad at me tomorrow. It's hard to sit in this chair and love everybody. But we're talking stuff that's been there. It's been there for a decade and more. And I think that is not the part of the debate, but I just want to know the simple fix from you. Like, and it's not simple. I'm just saying, so no third party whatsoever.
So, Councillor McGrath, through the chair, it's not my business's fault that this administration has never enforced that third-party advertisement, right? And I understand what you're saying and what makes it right now, but unfortunately, I think, you know, Mr. Davis said it the best. Whether you're breaking the rules 10 years ago or now, it's still breaking the rules. And I'm not here to make a decision, and I can't give you the perfect answer that you're asking for, what's going to make it right. That's this council's decision. It's not mine, right? I'm just looking out as a small business owner that's losing business from that third-party advertisement that has never been allowed to do it from day one. And I support the community. I am for decision number 1 that would allow the Center Fire Center to run advertisement for the oil barons and for whatever is happening at the oil or Center Fire Place. I am for that. I'm okay with that. But when I come into a competition world, is it fair that one company has to pay something and the other one doesn't? A plumber, I gave an example of a plumber. One plumber has to pull permits and the other one doesn't, and then it's brought forth to council just to make it right and change the I guess I'd say the permits.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you through the chair, I don't sit in this chair wondering what somebody thinks of me. I'll do what's right for the community. So not that soft, you know. But at the end of the day, we want to do things that are right. And the only perspective I get is through asking you a question. Because I know when you first started, I was here, and look at the go around you had a bit, you know. So the sign at McAllen, for example, that just shows what's going on in McAllen, right? When you're down there.
Correct. It does not have third-party advertisement on it.
But I see that's what your perception is, but there is third-party advertising in the signs, and that's the thing. You're going to find out.
Just right now for the council, it's kind of keep the focus of the public hearing is on just this land use, yes or no on that. It's not, we're not doing maybes and what would make it better or what other options are. We can come with other options at a following meeting, want to make a motion on something else, but tonight is just this land use, whether we're supporting it or not.
Thank you, through the chair. So simple question. I can't make things that simple, but you'd be happy with status quo, the bakery, you know, the pottery, the all barns, if they're having wrestling, or me and Don.
Through the chair, 100%, Mr.
Okay.
McGrath.
I appreciate that, sir. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Dogar, you have a question?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Presenters, thank you very much. Very logical, very informative presentation, and certainly lost to your business. Nobody can bear it. Rightly so, you brought out points. I want to ask you that how much difference, just from my information, that you are legal, you are paying to the owners, and they were not paying. How much difference does it make per month?
Through the chair, I can't give you an answer.
Rough estimate.
I wouldn't be able to give you an answer to that, unfortunately.
A rough estimate.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, you are a businessman. You know what is your...
well, I know my costs, unfortunately, but I don't have the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess your submission is about equity. And that's why one of the reasons why I asked what the impact to us, the revenue, or what do we directly benefit from approving this. So my question to you is, regardless of making this right and maybe having an impact on the operator of the billboard, it's difficult.
Sorry, Councilor Benjoko, we have to take a brief recess. Councilor.
Who?
Oh, sorry, we've lost him a couple times. Go ahead.
Who?
Sorry.
Oh. Okay, so I just wanted to see if you could make it crystal clear to us how this affects you. Yeah, because equity is going to be important. Well, I mean, you as important to us as the operator of the billboard at Thickwood. And we want to be sure we're not giving an advantage to one over the other. But it's still, I'm still challenged to see how this impacts you.
Through the chair to Councilor Benjoko, you know, this negatively has impacted my business through third-party advertising going else places, like advertising with the Center Fire billboard, which I lose revenue. And then as well as just being fair across the board, every other digital billboard in Fort McMurray has had to apply for a development through permit through a process. And we've all gone through those steps. Unfortunately, the center fire billboard has not. So how is that fair when we're making an exception for one, but everyone else has to do it the proper channel way? And I think that's what I'm resignating here, right? I just want a fair playing ground for everyone.
Okay. And unfortunately, I don't want to beat this to death, but this wasn't at the other business owner's error or omission. This is administration. So just to make that point.
I do believe administration did not enforce and did not force compliance earlier. I think we've heard that throughout this meeting.
Yeah, and I deal with contracts all the time. When you have allowed, even if it's payment for 10 years, you can't retroactively take it back. So we have allowed this for 10 years. We are in a difficult position tonight. Just hope you appreciate that as well.
I appreciate it finally coming to council, and I appreciate your decision because it's a big decision that affects my business and if I do continue to do business in Fort McMurray, because it's affecting small businesses. So
I hope you continue to do business here.
Thank you, Councilor Pinjoko. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to Mr. Laporte. So you're okay with the first option or the third option presented by administration?
that's correct.
Would you be all right with if the NAAA took ownership of the sign?
I guess it all depends on how it's perceived. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'd have to see the options. I mean, nothing has been really given in concrete, it seems like here. Everyone's just kind of fishing and finding answers.
Okay.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Do you have any other questions from council for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Weigel. Sorry, Jeremy.
No, sorry. No questions for the speaker. I'd just like to ask
sorry.
for a 10-minute recess, please.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll take a brief recess and come back in 10 minutes. Next, just for information for any counselors who need to leave the room, just to call for a point of privilege, as this is a public hearing. Next presenter we have is Jerry Neville from Neville Video Productions. And just, Jerry, if you could just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present and stay on topic. And please remain seated afterwards for questions from council.
You would think of all the people that would know how to do that, eh? Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I really appreciate that. Before I get started with the presentation, I do want to say that we've been working with planning and development for 8 months now on this sign, and it hasn't been easy to deal with. For instance, for today's meeting, planning and development never told us about it. They said, we'll be back on the first day that council comes back to Fort McMurray to meet, and they never told us what day it was. This has happened on 3 occasions with planning and development, plus this has been moved 3 times for a total of 6 adjournments over 8 months. Just to tell you. This isn't about a sign, this is about a junior A hockey team. We have, even with low attendance at our exhibition games, with the monster trucks going on with a 70,000 person population, we lost out on 2 weeks of advertising on our sign. We can't tell the public about our team, we can't support the team financially, and it hurts a junior A hockey team that not only has the sign, but it's hurting the team itself by not having the revenue. And the RMWB actually uses the team to promote this area, as we all know, through pictures and video. As well, economic development, who's sitting at the back of the room, use pictures and video of the oil barons in all of their promotional stuff. This sign's been there since 1985. Councillor Boussier, you were supporting the sign. You've supported the team your entire life as Mayor Bowman, as well Councillor Weigel, Councillor Grandison, Councillor Ball, Councillor McGrath. I've seen you all at hockey games there. Councillor Boussier was even on the Barons board, I think, if I am correct, when we switched to the electronic sign, and he has been associated with the team. I mean, his father's name is still on the back of the captain's jersey with the Oil Barons. In 2014, I personally brought the owners of the sign to the RMWB to planning and development to talk about the sign, what's on the sign, and what we can do to create the bylaw. Never once was it brought up that we weren't in compliance and we were selling third-party advertising. The sign changed to hands in 2020, and there was no issue with it there. The first time came up in 2022. It's the first time since the sign went up with a very abrupt email and not friendly at all from a partner that we think we had with the RMWB. We had to do our first public engagement ever, and for a group like the Oil Barons, they've never had to do a public engagement. They had no idea how much a public engagement costs. It actually cost the Oil Barons money to do this. We had 1,500 people show up at the engagement, 140 surveys filled out, 139 were positive. Planning and Development attended the engagements. As a matter of fact, they sent 6 employees to our engagement to check up on us over 2 days. We submitted a report in the style of reports from your engagement team at the time, exactly how the engagement team did it. We even tried to work with Planning and Development on their social media and mailouts. The results of their mailers and social media made it sound like the Oil Barons were taking parklands and trails from the community. They actually had to do that twice, and we tried to work with the RMWB every step of the way. Positive signs for the positives about the sign helps local business come through, and we do charge rates for it, so you know, and they're very competitive within the local business area. The owner of the sign, or the renter of the sign, funds the Oil Barons through rental payments to the Oil Barons. The Oil Barons ads play free all the time. Plus, all the teams in the AJHL love to play here because of the advantages we have with the Oil Barons. That includes the revenue that comes from that sign through third-party advertising. Every single one of you, I'm sure, has been assistant or interim CAO. Jody Butts has been to several games and knows the production value, as all of you do. Community events, hundreds have been up on that sign, including MMA, concerts, festivals, wrestling, Ribfest. We've worked with that sign for sponsorships for free or at minimal costs as well. And if we have to do this, we can no longer put up signs for things like Ribfest that don't happen on our property, so we can't help promote local festivals. Social profits, again, when asked, help Actens Car Show, the Hero Foundation Gala, sports teams, the list goes on, including the Giants. The Arctic Winter Games, we work with them proactively proactively to make sure that they were working to promote the events that were happening at Center Fireplace and abroad. And I just want to talk quickly on the stop work order. The RMWB messes up with their contractors. They expect to work with their contractors to have a chance with them to get things right, just to send us a letter to shut it off and not work with us and not say this is the permit you should get, when on 2 separate occasions we've gone to them to ask what permits to get. And I can show you the email here today that says, again today, we filled out the wrong permit on the direction of planning and development. This again is for a junior A hockey team that helps promote this region. And every single one of you up there has used the oil barons in one way, shape, or form to help promote, go to the regions, or do something in this area. Cut the use of the sign, you're going to cut funding to the oil barons, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate it. Councilor McGrath.
Well, Scary Jerry,
Thank you.
through the chair, I appreciate your presentation and a bit of history. And I knew it was up there before 10 years ago, but I didn't want to say that because I didn't want to stir the pot. But is it fair to say, I don't know about commercially, is it fair to say that most of the advertisement done on that board is helping kids, not just the olive barns, but helping kids grow our community?
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath, yeah, we definitely do a lot of public work through the oil barons. I mean, just some of the events that we work with in town, the current Rib Fest that was just here, we worked in a partnership with them. And that, you know what I mean? The local wrestling event that was just held here in town, that was totally free advertising because we just wanted to help promote an event here locally that people can enjoy and get out and have fun and we can bring back to Fort McMurray and try to build. If we are denied having the sign the way that it currently stands, we won't be able to continue to do that and help the community.
Well, I appreciate that, and I know that you're pretty passionate. I can tell that through this evening, and appreciate what you do. So the final question is, the lights went out in Georgia about a week ago, was it?
About 2 weeks ago now, and it's the second time since the repair on the sign that we have tried to get through. It's been turned off. And the beautiful thing is in the presentations that Planning and Development made, you can clearly see that this sign is way outdated, way past its prime, and we had to make a change. We were sitting for 8 months on a brand new sign, waiting for council to make a decision, waiting for Planning and Development to make a decision.
Through the chair, you're saying you're waiting on council? Because that's the tagline. That's the tagline here. Council, as far as I'm concerned, the first time I heard about it, this sign, I think it'd be going on for a couple of months, but don't ever think council's making anything wait. And I don't want, I guess through the chair, this is not a beat up planning and development session.
No.
Right? We have stalls in our operation. They've been stalled for years, and I think, trying to improve that. My question is, Jerry, in those 2 weeks, has anybody come to you with another idea of revenue generating?
For that sign? Has anybody approached us and said, we will take over the sign for you, we'll make it all happen?
Yeah.
That's a question I would think for Operations Manager Terry Connors to address.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to put Terry on the spot because I got a soft spot for the Olive Barns, and I think the best sign was ever there was a 2000 Raw Bank Cup. So I guess my question's been answered, and more to it. I always like to scare you, Jerry, because I know where you work, and tomorrow you're going to be a lot like me. You'll be famous tomorrow morning. So.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. And just one thing that I would like to note to Councillor McGrath, when Planning and Development was up here saying there are 3 freestanding signs here in Fort McMurray, there's one right here at the casino that they didn't include. There's one up at Crystal Auto Glass they didn't include. And according to the urban service area, the ones that are at the airport are within the urban service area.
Just to keep the conversation and the public hearing on track, we're only discussing the yes or no on a land use change.
Sorry, Mayor
So we're
Bowman.
not going to be discussing all the signs we have for Maria. As Councilor McGrath said earlier, we have a sign issue in the community, and that will be for further meetings as we go.
Thank you, Mayor Bain, because we don't, the hammer's in the board far enough. And the more we hammer, we're just hammering ourselves. So
Yes.
we totally get it, and staff, But like everybody else, we're all human. But I think it's a lot of it is on us, and I hope that for the betterment of the community, this is all done.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Dogar?
Sir, thank you very much for giving me a chance, sir. Thank you very much, Presenter Jerry.
Thank you.
Very informative and lot of community service that you are giving it. And it is a great recreation for the entire community. But I have one point that anything incorrect cannot be made a rule. Like, you know, maybe it is a church and churches, if the electricity is taken a wrong connection, it cannot be given a justification that people come here worship. So I agree that you people do community work, but it should be under some umbrella of non-profit or legalized in such a way.
Dogar, is there a question for the presenter?
Yes, I will ask him, do you agree with it or not?
I agree that the sign should be used for the best ability of that junior A hockey team, the NAAA, and I believe the best use of that sign is somebody renting it from them, so the team does not have to employ somebody to go out and look for advertising over and above what we currently do. On taxing a team that represents this community with a further burden that they're going to have to come to council and ask for, I think is unnecessary when there's already something in place that can make it happen.
One thing that I saw 3 signs on all 3 sides.
And again, Councilor Dogar, we're just focusing on the land use change for the at the Center Fire Arena for the NAAA's request.
Fine.
Thank you. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Good to see you, Jerry. Obviously, your passion for the oil barons runs deep, and I can completely respect that. I guess my only question for you is, and I don't know if you have the answer or not, but how much revenue does the sign generate for the oil barons?
Through the chair to Councilor Ball.
Just for the oil barons.
If I were to answer that question, then it would be proprietary information that we would be passing on. The rent on the sign is a private agreement between the oil barons and the person who's renting the sign. Suffice it to say, the rent that person pays on the sign is substantial.
Well, one of our options in front of us is to purchase that sign. So if I don't know the valuation, it's going to be very difficult for me to make an opinion on that.
Well, I think you would have to ask someone who runs the sign.
You can understand my issue,
yep.
right?
But
here's,
we're not.
Here's why I'm asking. Here's why I'm asking this. I don't know what you consider substantial, but if it's $20,000, I'm just picking a number. I'm pretty sure the 11 people around the table would support $20,000 additional for the oil barons versus rezoning the land. That's just my guess. So let's just look at it another way. Is there other ways to raise the funds? But if you can't answer the question, I'll respect that. Thanks.
And through the chair to Councillor Ball, as you very well know, as most of you around the table know as well, we are well funded at the oil barons that we go out and sell advertising for the board ads and things like that to make that happen. Because we have such a good team that does stuff like that, we have the advantages that we have. And I do believe up until our 30th anniversary, we had to pay busing for people to come up here. So that was part of our agreement to get in the league for the AJHL. So there are different costs that we incur as the oil barons versus the regular team in the AJHL.
I'm aware of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Good to see you too.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Do you have any other questions from Councillor for presenter? Councillor Panjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jerry, for the presentation. So as at today, is the billboard running and doing?
No, currently the billboard's off, and that's what I was talking about. Is we sent in documents to planning and development, and instead of planning and development working with us to get the right permits filled out, they just shut the sign off.
For 8 months?
No, this is the second time that they've made us shut it off.
Okay, thank you. I just
Thank you.
needed to know how this is affecting the oil barons as well. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, 100%, because how are we supposed to charge rent on a sign that's not turned on?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Do you have any other questions from council for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Jerry. Oh, sorry, Councilor Bussier.
Through the chair to the presenter. You're right, Jerry. My family does support the oil barons and have been a big supporter for a long time. And I don't want to make this a baron issue. This is an inequity issue. And you being a businessman should understand that. Like, are you okay with the inequity that's in front of us now?
I don't see any more inequity with the oil barons leasing the sign than it is for the property owners of the Earl signs to be leasing it to the other folks. We're leasing the sign to a third party and gaining advertising so the junior A hockey team could actually help fund the organization and make things work. There's no different than we're no different as a landlord than it would be for the signs over top of Earl's that the rent is paid there for those signs. So everyone's going to pay rent on the signs. Everybody, that's how we make our money off that sign, is by charging rent. We do not sell advertising on it.
Okay, but it's on a municipal asset. It's a one-off.
It certainly is a one-off, and a one-off that you were actually involved in with the stuff. So you were on the Oil Barons board. You knew this whole time that there was third-party advertising on the sign outside. It had Coca-Cola. It had real estate agents on it. There's been third-party advertising on the sign since 1985.
So I knew. You're telling me I knew?
So you had to have known. I would think you would have known the bylaw when you voted to put the sign in.
I thought the NAAA was conforming. I didn't know it was under a different ownership up till about a year ago, and that's why it's in front of us.
So that sign has always been operated by...
Sorry, just to remind everyone that right now it's just questions of presenter, and whether Councilor Boucher was on the board or not at that time. He may not have known what the bylaw was at that time or whether it was compliant. I don't think it's a matter of a debate right now. We're just debating the land use change, either yes or no, not options that we're looking at, different funding or that sort of thing. That's what we're looking at right now.
So to answer Councillor Boussier's question, planning and development definitely knew, because we brought the owners of the sign in 2014 to a meeting with Brad McMurdo and his team. There were 3 people there that took notes, and they just wrote. And that was the basis of your sign bylaw. We went in proactively and tried to work with the municipality in 2014. And since 2014, trying to work with the municipality proactively to make things happen, and not once until 2022 or 2020 when the sign changed hands that anything was brought up about this. Because before that, it was owned by another company. That was paying rent to the oil barons for third-party advertising on it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boucher. Councilor McGrath?
Just a quick one, Jerry, to get ready for Min's response.
Yep.
Would this be the same thing that with the buses, years ago? The personal advertising would be the same thing? Sort of?
So I'm currently not allowed to answer questions on the busing because that is part of my RMWB confidentiality agreement that I signed when I was let go from the RMWB.
Oh, I didn't know you were left.
Yeah,
sorry, Jerry.
I didn't leave, Councillor McGrath. I was let go.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
I know you were around that time, but just to familiarize, because I know that the buses were decorated with a lot of people, but there's no charge for it.
It was
when we first got elected.
I was, and so again, it's a conflict of interest because that was my project at the RMWB, and I'm so sorry, Councillor McGrath.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Signs have taken about $1 million worth of time here. And while we spend $1 million worth of time, just an observation, we're losing about $500 million while we're getting nailed and screwed from the people up north. We can't get people to move here. But anyways, my observation is this, the sign, I guess hopefully after tonight we'll know what we're doing with it.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath.
So. Thank you, sir.
Do we have any other questions from council for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman and council.
Just for clarification, as this is a public hearing, I'd just like to invite Chris Davis with legal just to clarify what we're debating tonight, because I think we're going in a lot of different directions, talking about signs and different signage in the community, that tonight we're not looking at options. Tonight we're looking at a yes or no on changing the land use surrounding the center fire building.
Through the chair, if I understand the direction being sought by your worship, this application before you is pursuant to the public hearing requirements of the MGA on the planning section, part 17. The application is for a land use amendment only. It's site specific using the direct control formula. It will provide the additional billboard use only on this site. Council has one choice before it. Either yes, council approves of the land use request, the amendment, or no, council refuses the amendment and things will carry on the way they are with the PR land use. And the existing sign could remain. It just wouldn't be allowed to do third-party advertising. So nothing will change with the sign. It will essentially be there in one form or another. So I hope that helps. If there's
Yes, I
any,
just want everyone clear that we're making a decision only on this change, not on any options.
Yeah.
Right, to this evening.
And I would encourage, again, your worship, and I know this isn't new to any of you, but council is always asked to keep an open mind, to remain open to persuasion on all the evidence that's before you, and to not be distracted by issues that are not directly pertinent to the application.
Super.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councillor Ball?
I can wait. I was going to ask Chris one thing. That's okay. I can wait to debate.
Yeah, we can get back to questions from administration right after we go through the delegates. Councillor Ball, if you want to wait 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll wait to debate.
Thanks. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I suggest a solution for future?
No, we can't right now. No, this is just questions of delegates. We'll have delegates present, then you can ask questions, and then we'll have debate following that.
When is debate, today or?
Today's today,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, fine.
Do we have any other delegates for this item? There's no other registrants. Is anybody in the gallery that wishes to come forward to present? If you could say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. If you remain seated, following that from questions from council, please.
Hi, I'm Robbie Picard. I have to admit I found myself a little bit conflicted tonight because on one hand, as everyone knows, I'm pro signs. I think that our municipality does not do near enough to support small businesses on a constant basis, and I talk to people all the time, so I support all signs. But I also understand where the first presenter, when I came in, talks about how hard it is to get a permit. I've spoken to multiple business owners who've tried to have digital signs, who've been told no, that getting signs with planning development is like impossible. I know Colin Hartigan tried real hard and he was unable to get one on his building. So I appreciate that. But the airport, I think, in a roundabout way, is owned by the city, and they've got more signs than they can count from Pattison. The buses is owned by the city. They've got signs. Mac Island does signs for realtors inside their property. So I think that Casman should be able to have a sign and rent it out to what they want, and no different than the airport or anywhere else. I also think that this council and the municipality, they need to get rid of these archaic laws and allow businesses to promote. It is hard enough as it is to be a small business in this town. I compete with everyone. You compete with the municipality to a certain level. You compete with social profits. It's constant in any way that my business could get a little bit of marketing that is affordable is good. And I think that should be respected. And I think we need to push this community to be a welcoming community and people having the ability to advertise, not just for social profits, for small businesses should be allowed. So I think that if Casman is a city-owned facility, so is the airport, so is McDonald Island, so is the buses, and there are multiple digital signs in this town. In Gregoire, multiple places, it's not just 3. And so I support finding a solution for this and other signs, and I think that this is important, and they should be able to do no different than Earl's Building or the airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Do we have any questions for the presenter from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Robbie. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else in the gallery wishing to present? Okay. And if you just say your name for the record, Terry, and you have 5 minutes to present. And following that, just remain seated for questions, please.
Name is Terry Connors. I'm the operations manager for the Northern Alberta Athletic Association, which runs Center Fireplace. A few things that were presented here by Jerry that I want to fix. Oil barns do not make a cent off the sign. None, zero. Center Fireplace makes the money renting it to the companies. We started that back in, 10 years ago with Terry Palaban from Edmonton. We done up a contract. He came and he's going to change the guts of the sign to electronic. We came up with a price. He paid for everything on the sign. He advertised on it. I got a monthly check for the building. So I want to get that straight. That oil barons don't make no money. What the oil barons get is free advertising for games, anything inside the building, anything on the property, anything we do to Dream Home, whatever nonprofit stuff we want to do. So I just wanted to clarify that's how it happens.
Thank you, Terry. Thanks for the clarification. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Terry, for clarifying. We always appreciate getting the facts right, and so I appreciate you coming forward. If the NAAA gets the money from the board from the rent and it goes to them, if there's a shortfall from that, from not receiving rent, if we removed it, would that then create a bigger another deficit when you come to the CIP funding from the city?
Yes, because that's included in our budget every year. That goes to the city.
So
if we lose that revenue and we don't make it up somewhere else, it's going to be a shortfall.
So it would actually cost the taxpayers more money if we removed it?
That it possibly could happen, yes. It depends if we make money inside or not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Are any other questions from council for presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Terry.
Okay, yep.
Do we have anyone else in the gallery wishing to present? Do we have any other further questions from council for administration? As a reminder, once public hearing is closed, there's no further question or information gathering can occur. Does administration or the applicant have anything further to add in closing comments? So I'll declare this hearing now closed. Coming into the bylaw hearing, we now have a second and third readings of bylaw number 23/013, land use bylaw amendment, redesignating lot 9 MR, plan 8221088 from PR, Parks and Recreation District, to DC PR, Direct Control Parks and Recreation District, for council's consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading of the bylaw number 23/013? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 23/013 being an amendment to the land use bylaw number 99/059 to redesignate land described as lot 9 MR, plan 8221088 from PR/Parks and Recreation District to DC/PR Direct Control Parks and Recreation District be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Weigel?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Are there any debate, discussion, or comments from council? So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Oh, sorry. Councillor Benjoko, question?
I have a question. Thank you. So what we are voting on now is what option?
Yes, it's a public hearing, so we have one option. This is yes or no. There's no additional, there's no other, as a legal advice, legal Chris Davis had explained, this is a public hearing, so it's yes or no to this change. This is what was applied for by the applicant, and AAA applied for this land use change.
Okay, thank you.
So if you vote yes, you support their application to change the designation. If you support no, you don't. Councillor Dogar, question?
Thank you, question. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. My question is that for 10 years, this lapse couldn't be spotted out and found, and they themselves found it, administration, fine. Maybe there are few such like more incidents like this. You know, about 7-8 years, there was a council, 3 of the honorable councillors are here. There was a lot of errors found in the audit, and in the end, the mayor said, I didn't know. That is not on. CEO was sacked, sent out, and he got a lot of millions of dollars. Livingston.
Sorry, Councillor Dogar.
The auditor. Okay, there should be a system for monitoring within the, that such like lapses do not happen in future. Let me speak, sir, Mr. McGrath. You know,
Councillor Dogar, you're just off topic of what we're discussing.
No, I am asking administration, is there any system of within the organization to monitor such like things which do not come to the notice? You know, regional municipality is widespread. Not it is only in here. It is all from Fort Chipewyan to Conklin. There should be some system that something is going wrong, and CEO or mayor should come to know about it. There should be intelligence system. There should be a monitoring system.
Yeah, bylaws are complaint-based. Enforcement of bylaws are complaint-based.
Well, I asked, is there any system or not? It means the system is not there. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Is there any other debate, discussion, or comments from council? Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to reiterate, we're changing this to direct control, and the reason we're changing it, at least in my opinion, to direct control is so that council can make a decision to change a land use where it's not permitted, and we can basically oversee it. This is just a Band-Aid trying to fix a solution, and I don't support changing land use to make something compliant. There are ways to make this particular thing compliant without changing the land use. The planning department has told us billboards are not permitted in our urban service area, and they also described to us that this is considered a billboard. So if they're not permitted and it is a billboard, why would we support this application? That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you. Just a couple of observations before we vote. As Councillor Ball duly noted, there's many signs in the community, schools, churches. There's signs that let people know that we're still alive. If we keep on talking about these signs, they'll be all black. We're wasting a lot of time, and I think we called it for the vote, but at the end of the day, I don't know about a sign because I ran, 19 campaigns, and everybody wanted a fortune. And the only guy that you walked into his store is Mr. Hill, and he put it up on the board for you. But I guess my observation is this: Ken, there's a persona out here today that we're doing something to please one person. My observation is we let it go this far. That's why we bought the motion June 27th. At the end of the day, these people have invested in infrastructure. It's like buying a crib for your baby. You buy a good one first so that you can get in the next ones. So this might become the All Barons, but today we're talking about just like what the first gentleman said, people's livelihoods. So I drove up and down Tickwood, seen the sign, and I don't know, but it was up myself one time. But at the end of the day, I think we vote with building a community that's better. Not about sitting in these seats talking about the past. Bougier family, they gave me my first tickets to the All Barons. This is where it gets personal. And just so, Doug, I wasn't cutting you off, sir, through the chair. I think any colleague would stop another colleague from getting himself in trouble. We can talk about all the stuff, we can't talk about people. And and you should know that. And I don't want to be seen as the hard case. I think a lot of people look up to us to face the headwinds. We're just trying to help each other. I don't want you to walk away tonight thinking I was cutting you off. Good.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, just through the chair, I guess, to legal. I do have a question, just.
It's a question for legal?
Yeah, or planning and development, or maybe both. You can just answer from there if you want, Chris. I don't.
Well, for the record.
So I just want to be clear, this isn't me against the Barons. I support the Barons, the community is supporting the Barons. It's just, again, what we're doing here, if we pass this, we're legalizing something for an individual. I can't go put a sign up there if we rezone this and give all the money to the Barons if I advertise a sign, correct? Like, the city is not gonna allow me to put a billboard up there and I donate all the money that I earn, or Mr. Laporte, maybe he takes one of his signs and puts it on there. What's the chance that the municipality, legal or planning development, will okay another individual owning the sign on municipal property?
Through the chair, to respond to a hypothetical, I think it's important to note that if this is approved, somebody could come in and say, I want a second digital sign, subject to all the rules and regulations of separation, distance, et cetera. That's a possibility. It has to go through a development permit process, and it would have to be subject to review. I think Mr. Laporte pointed out that direct control bylaws are unique in that their appeal grounds are somewhat limited. But the point is this, is that anybody who has the right to operate that site can make an application. And currently the site operator is the NAAA. So ultimately it's the NAAA through their lease agreement that has the ability to use the municipal site. And that's really what's before us today. The lessee who has a long-term lease arrangement with the municipality wishes to advance this request, and that's what's before you.
Through the chair, but I guess, Chris, I mean, and Mr. Neville referenced me on the board and me knowing that that sign was, I guess, non-conforming, which I didn't know was non-conforming. I would have assumed in the last 10 or 12 years that we enforce our own bylaws, but apparently it's come to everyone's attention tonight that we haven't. After the previous owner took down the static sign that was original there, that's in the paperwork, it became non-conforming. And for whatever reason, administration or the RM just turned a blind eye. So now we're battling out, and I'm gonna get beat up on social media today, but that's okay, I'm fine with that, because I don't follow it, so. But again, Councillor Ball says administration now has put this in our hands, when this should never have been a council issue. This should have been dealt with back in 2012 or 11 or 14 or whenever the non-conforming sign went up.
Through the chair.
Now, you weren't here, obviously, but.
No, but it sounds like it would have been fun. The reality is, and with all respect, at the time when the application was made in 2013, that was the lawful use that was allowed on the PR land use district. No different than all of the other current billboard signs that were all approved, and I would argue with a misunderstanding that a freestanding sign does not include third-party signage. But yet, we're in a situation now in the municipality where we have likely 4 or more signs that are all operating, frankly, illegally, because there was a perception that freestanding meant third party, and it doesn't. And so whether we're being too harsh or not, I don't know, but the fix is what's before you tonight. So it's really up to you as council to decide, do you want to approve it or do you not want to approve it? And that this is your decision.
through the chair, I mean, there's three options given to us.
I would, with respect, say that the report and the options that were given to you may have been misleading, and I say that with all respect to everybody here. Arguably, the municipality owns the base and the pylons, but the equipment that's on the top of the sign is owned by the operator. We don't own it. And if the operator wished to remove it tomorrow, that's their choice. They could do that. We are not directly involved in that. That's pursuant to the oil baron's lease and then their sublease with the operator.
Okay, and then just, I know they reference Mac Island. Mac Island is, the sign and everything is owned by the RC or the municipality. That's not a sign that's owned privately like the center fire sign is, correct?
Correct, through the chair, whether it's a school sign on a school site or it's an RRC sign, they're freestanding signs. They meet the requirements of the land use bylaw, and they're being operated, and the content that's on the digital screen is compliant. If they flipped the switch and started showing third-party advertising, they would be non-compliant, and on a complaint, we would likely enforce.
But again, and I don't want to beat this, but the issue at hand and the issue that was brought to my attention is the ownership, which is unique in this particular. It is owned by an individual or a company that nobody else could own it. Like, I can't own that. Like, I could probably go buy Jeremy Laporte's out at Spruce Land, or maybe he'll sell me the one that's currently on the other lands by Boston Pizza. But this sign is not for sale. Like, or is it for sale? Can it be for sale?
I would, again, through the chair, encourage Councillor Bussiere and the rest of council to focus on the zoning. I know it's a bit esoteric, but it's just the zoning that's in front of you. And how the signs are operated in the lease arrangements and all the competitive issues are frankly irrelevant to the decision you're making. I know in your heart you may say, no, they're relevant, but technically for the purposes of the MGA and the process that's before you today, it's strictly a land use. Is it appropriate to have billboard usage on this in this district? Yes or no?
It's easy for you to say that, Mr. Lawyer, but the zoning is in front of us. But maybe council votes a different way depending on who owns the sign. Maybe it was RRC owned it or NAAA, there would be a different vote. This goes back to, for whatever reason, we're trying to legalize or make something conforming by changing the usage or the land, the zoning, which has been non-conforming or illegal for whatever, how many years when a static sign got taken down. So that's where I have the difficulty is, I think the elephant in the room is the ownership, not necessarily the zoning. We got the other signs tonight that we got to deal with, the zoning as well, don't we? Is there more signs? Just this one? Okay.
Again, just to respond through the chair to that question, it's challenging because technically the ownership isn't before you tonight, and I appreciate your line of questions. If council, it's not for you tonight, but if council wants to get into leases and how they function and whether they're being operated correctly and delivered correctly, that's the subject for another discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussiere. Just hold on, Mr. Davis. I know you were, since this complaint came forward and this has come forward, you've been the legal counsel for it since the beginning, say last November, last summer, 2022. So as we talk about administrations bringing that forward for us to make decisions, actually NAAA applied for this amendment to make the sign compliant. Is how this came forward. So it's not something that it's brought forward from the NAAA to make they made this amendment request, and they did the engagement on this.
Through the chair, we've heard evidence from NAAA volunteer representatives tonight on the process. No process is perfect. The municipality, as I think endeavor to work with the NAAA as the site leaseholder in the application process, and I think there's been fits and starts in the process, and I certainly am not going to point fingers. It's before you today.
That's not
I think
the intent.
I think that it's been properly brought forward.
Right, so it was brought forward by the NAAA. So, and we talk about changing the zoning, would that be the same, changing the zoning, so then the NAAA could essentially rent those posts to anybody that wanted to put a sign on it, the same way they rent the cafeteria for a catering business? Would that be the lease that would that be similar?
Through the chair to your worship, under their lease agreement, they are to bring forward any leases, subleases, or the municipality has the ability to review and approve or not approve. That's the process. And obviously, NAAA has a separate agreement with the sign operator that will expire. Maybe they'll get a new sign operator. We don't directly get involved in that other than through the review of subleases.
Right. So just the lease would be the lease in that space will be similar to leasing anything else the NAAA would lease to a external contractor.
I think your analogy is accurate.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councilor McGrath.
Question through the chair. Chris, you know all about billboards. You ran 2 big ones just outside Edmonton, weren't you? It looked like your twin. Eh?
I'm sorry, through the chair. I'm not familiar with
billboard. Were you on the billboard?
Have I been? I've been on a billboard in a political process.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I guess my question is this: tonight, just so we're all clear, because I see a bit of light every now and then. If we vote yes, the light goes back on, business as usual. If we vote no, then they have to go back and rejig. Is that correct?
Through the chair, with respect, a little twist on that. If council was to vote yes, the applicant will still have to make a development permit application for a billboard. They'll go through the usual processes. The public will be able to have input. And as was noted, some limited appeal grounds. If you vote no, then it goes back to the already existing 2012, 2013 permit, and they can have a sign that is advertising just site-specific stuff.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Chris. And I don't know where the bylaw officer is for the election in 13, but if we could get him back, he had my truck about a half an hour with Rick. I think his name was Rick. And he done a real good job managing the signs. Because what I see, the sign bylaw that's out there today was pretty well the same thing that existed for the municipal elections, pretty well. Like a copycat. So I understand if we say no, it's just the pottery, the restaurant, if Hulk Hogan comes, the Olive Arms, then it becomes, I guess, a cost to the barons. Because there might be 20 events. I know we were going to have 365 here at one point with the new arena, but we haven't seen that yet. We have a need for billboards. But I'm thankful. I look up at City Creator, I'm thankful after the night, we're going to talk about stuff that's going to sustain our community. And I appreciate everybody's concern. I don't see that as a sign. I can't tell you if there's 30 commercials on it or 10. I really don't see the difference, because if you're giving good service and your billboard works, and I get Jeremy, I get when we're going to build we're not here. I don't think we're doing a good job promoting our community, but I respect all my colleagues, my friends and foe. We'll take a vote, I guess. And sorry, Lance, I got to say something. Lance is leading. He's getting a bad shot for this one, but he's all about integrity and doing what's right. I'll say that in front of him. I've served with him now for 6 years, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair, to Chris Davis. Just for clarity's sakes, I get the whole voting for the land use. That's not an issue with me, but are we not also including, as shown in the report, that we'd be approving a change to Appendix B? Or are we not approving Appendix B, which would be the addition of allowing billboards in a direct control VRC zoning?
Through the chair, Appendix B is a table, and you'll note on that one line where it says billboards, if you read across the line to the right, you'll see under the PR district, or DC, it'll say D for discretionary. So that was the
Correct.
change.
Correct, but that's being included as an approval tonight, correct?
Yes, that's essentially the delivery vehicle for the use, because that's the way we drafted the land use bylaw for all the signs. They're in this this matrix.
So further to that, just so other members of council are aware, if it's approved, this will not come back to council for approval because it gives the development officer authority to decide whether the sign goes in whatever form once this is approved. So I reiterate, I won't support this.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm back to the issue of accountability. When we look at the whole scenario, administration has contributed greatly to the current mess of the situation we are in. And I'm hearing now that even the application for the correction of the situation came from Center Fire. Am I calling it correctly? Or
Through the chair, and I say this with respect,
yes.
I don't agree that administration contributed to this. I would suggest that what's happened is that a complaint was made, and that we have acted on it, and we worked collaboratively with NAAA to try and bring this forward so that they can continue to do what they want to do. So, and ultimately, the administration has no skin in the game. I mean, we're here to present something to you as council. Whether it gets approved or doesn't get approved, we're trying to present this in a neutral fashion. So it comes back to you as council to make the decision.
Respectfully, too, I have to come back to you to say, if we had gone back to the company a year after, 8 months after, we won't be here discussing it. Am I getting that correct? That's not you, and that's not the current engineering or planning and development department, but whoever was on that seat didn't do their due diligence. So in other words, it's affecting the business. It's also affecting the other competitors in the community now, because we've left it for so long, and we're coming back to make right what was wrong, though it wasn't like a complete deviation or complete non-compliance, but it changed from the original approval to what we currently have. And it's been like that. You say 1985, the signs went up, but since 2013, which is at least 10 years, we have allowed that. So it's tough. And to the point of the likes of Jeremy and others that will feel okay. And then I'm also having difficulty in, you keep saying this is for the site specific. So have we covered all grants in terms of all signs in our region, or are we expecting something else to come again 4 years later and you find out the one in on the way to site isn't compliant? What are we doing to cover all this, or what am I missing?
Through the chair to respond. This is not to solve all sign problems. Councillor McGrath brought forward a motion that council supported that will be back in front of you to speak to more broadly the sign issues and grandfathering. That'll come in due course. This is a site, when it's site specific, it means this title, this land use only will be affected by this direct control. So I can't take it and use it somewhere else in the community. I can't apply it to another park location. It's just this site, this legal title, that's it. So it's very unique. The direct control land uses are really very precise tool. They're not used all the time, but when they are used, they're very specific to the title. And that's I hope that helps on that aspect.
Yes.
And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we don't know exactly. I mean, we can guess and posit that maybe third-party advertising started at some point, but we don't know that, and we're just dealing with where we are today. And so we don't have that evidence, and it's not really before you.
And maybe planning and development could add to that.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, just for a point of clarity, if a land use bylaw is being amended, it has to come before council for approval or consideration of approval. And in the case of this sign, if the operator was interested in operating it in compliance with the bylaw as a third-party advertisement sign, a billboard, this would have come in before council regardless, because the existing land use bylaw does not allow for billboards. So just to sort of make that clear, if the operators of the sign are interested in having third-party advertising, it requires a land use bylaw amendment, which requires it to become before council for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. But they were not compliant, but we allowed it. Am I speaking the same language? We didn't enforce anything. Yeah, so we are still, we can still say we are. Yeah, we can do better. If we do something wrong, then we should just own it.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, you're correct. It wasn't enforced for many years. And in order for us to become compliant and to enforce the sign, either the bylaw it exists as it is today, where freestanding sign is only allowed on the site, in which case the stop order that's in place stays if there's third-party advertisement. Otherwise, there could be content in relation to the building itself, hockey games, events, the like, that's in alignment with freestanding. If they are interested in doing third party, then again we have to have the land use bylaw amendment. But tonight is that the decision needs to be made whether or not we're allowing it or we're not allowing it. But either way, planning and development is looking at the compliance of this sign. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Majoko. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Another question for you, Chris, and I'll try and keep it as simple as I can. If I got my head wrapped around this, if the oil barons bought the sign and owned the sign and wanted to do third party, we'd still have to go through this process. As another person owns the sign, in order for it to be a billboard, we have to go through this process. Either way, if that sign's going to be anything but freestanding ever, we're going to have to go through this process anyways, correct?
Correct, subject to the owner of the land, the municipality, saying we authorize that application. And that's what has happened today. The owner is the municipality. The owner has a lease, and the lessee says, I'd like to make this application, and that was...
And here we are, but that, I guess, my point, I'm trying to get my head around the vote, the yes or the no vote. At the end of the day, I vote no. We'll be back here in 3 months, maybe doing the same thing over and over again. That part doesn't make sense to me. So that's what I was trying to get clarity on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. Al, you got nice hair over the summer. I'll slick back. I guess my question is, Chris, would it be easier if we just went back to the plywood signs, you know, on the buildings? Would be a lot easier, right? But we got to find our way. So I'm going to support this simply. But I want to check with. I know Jane, you're in good shape in Anzac. We got a couple. In Janvier, we got 3. Fort Chip, I think there's a couple. Fort McKay, there's about 4, all brand new, really nice. We got signs everywhere. That's my point. Is Lance wrong? Not. Are the All Barons wrong? No. I think that in a Good Shepherd, and the guy that got 2 signs, is it fair to him? The guy that on the highway that had the sign stopped for 2 years by the municipality. And then we got in the sign business up in Gregoire without a truck. I know a bit about the signs because me and Jane have been hearing about the signs. And it's not I found tonight that we're kind of picking on planning and development. My buddy's gone. Brad, great guy. I know one thing, and I'll say it in public. When Bryce or the lunch crew or the brew crew, when they didn't answer, they email us because we are the shepherds that carry the decisions. And I commend you tonight because you're the first administrator there to say, hey, not us. I like that. People that stand up for their people, and that's what we should do. Because at the end of the day, we decide what way the ship is going. It just hasn't happened yet. And this is a small piece tonight, so I'll support this because it's incumbent on us to do us right. We had a hotel, had 6 signs on it for 30 years. They were rotten when they fell off it. So that's my analyzation with this. This is not about signs. This is about trying to get our community back in shape. And I never spent a minute, but I seen guys just soaked up. Administrationally, we got about $250,000 spent on this in time. That every minute we spend on a sign, there's more people leaving the community up north for camps. They're having their way with us. I just like to vote and get on with life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Mr. Davis, am I correct? That's the NAAA, not the owner of the sign that put in the application, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's NAAA that has come forward as an entity to want to be able to do this to create revenue.
That's correct.
I just wanted to make that clear. Being compliant, I've heard tonight that we're changing the land use bylaw to become compliant, and I agree. But I also think that that's why we change land use bylaws. Otherwise, we would never change them. They would always stay the same, is because we want to do something different on that land. And so therefore we have to change it. Sometimes we change it afterwards, sometimes we change it before it, but that is the whole purpose of changing a land use, is because we want to use it differently. And so if we never wanted to change it, we would never change the land use bylaw. And so for me, I think that needs to be clear, is that's entirely why we change land use and we rezone things, is because we want to use it differently. And so I commend NAAA coming forward to try to become compliant and change it properly through the process to be able to do it. And as Acting Director Hayes said, this would land on council either way, because when we need to change a land use and rezone anything, that always lands on council. So administration did not put this on us. It was an entity that came forward that would have landed on us anyways. And for the businesses, I get it. It's tough, but there's a catering business in there that competes with all other catering businesses. There's a preschool in there that competes with every other preschool in there. There's multiple businesses that use Center Fire, and they, to me, and my understanding is that they run under the same, got to pay the same rent, got to pay employees, got to pay all the other things. And so I think as long as there is a fair, equitable way of that, they're doing all the other same things as all the other businesses, then we've got to give, if we're either for free enterprise or we're not. And I think this creates free enterprise going forward. And I've been in this situation with different businesses, and so I'm for this amendment, and that's why.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel.
I could just see that's correct. That's probably the best answer. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? With voting online, Councilor Cardinal, Councilor Walker, and Councilor Ball. And against? So the second reading is carried. No, we have 4 against. It's carried with 4 against. Are there any other debate points or discussions or comments from council moving forward? Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councilor Weigel?
I move that bylaw number 23013 be read a third and final time.
And can I get a seconder? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Do you have any other debate points, discussion, or comments from council? Councilor McGrath?
Just an observation. I think tonight that some people were duly, I guess, saying that people are not doing their jobs. We all got a job to do, and sometimes we get off scot-free. But what it continues here, that this is a council. At the end of the day, it's where the buck stops. And administration's told that about 3 times in the chamber in the last month, or the last 2, these special meetings. So I guess going forward, we don't have to debate that anymore because we know. And when you make this decision tonight, whether it's right or wrong, somebody's going to be always mad at you. Guaranteed. After 29 years of serving the public, I never see Price happy since.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. If there's no other comments or debate points, we'll call for the final vote. All in favor?
Okay. Did you count over?
And opposed?
You count? Real cliffhanger. Let them 6-5.
So that's carried 6-5, and it passes at 6-5. So again, thank everyone for participating today. I mean, it's one of the few times I'm going to say, well, not few times, I agree with most of the council, but tonight I think all councilors made excellent points, all the presenters made excellent points. Nobody was wrong. I think it's just as we move forward, fixing the sign bylaw that's been far outdated. We need to move forward to help small business and help all businesses succeed in McMurray. As Councilor McGrath said, there's too many people moving south of town or flying over the community. We need to try to make this a better place for everybody to do business. With that, we're going to take a 20-minute break for council.
Oh, perfect.
And we'll be back at 8:54. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you. We'll now move into the next public hearing, which will include both bylaw number 23/016, Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, and bylaw number 23/017, Amendment to the City Center Area Redevelopment Plan, bylaw number 12-003. In this instance, once the public hearing is open, we will first hear all the submissions related to Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, followed by all submissions related to the amendment to the City Center Redevelopment Plan number 12/003. The public hearing will then be closed. Once the public hearing has been closed, we will proceed with second and third readings of the bylaw number 23/016, followed by the second and third readings of bylaw number 23/017. So I hereby declare the public hearing related to bylaw number 23/016 and bylaw number 23/017 open. Public hearing is a legislative process, and in making a decision on the proposed recommendation, council can only consider information received through this hearing. As a reminder for council members, it's important that everyone participate for the duration of the hearing. Should you need to leave the chamber during the public hearing, please call for a point of privilege and we can take a brief recess. So I'd first like to invite Amanda Heides there. She's already here. Amanda Heides, Acting Director of Planning and Development, and Nabil Malik, Planner, Planning and Development, to provide an introduction and statement for bylaw number 23/016.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, I'm Amanda Heides, Acting Director of Planning and Development, and with me is Nabil Malik, Planner 3 with Planning and Development. And in the gallery, we have a number of our members who I'd like to say thank you for being here this evening. We are before you this evening to present the final Downtown Area Structure Plan and seek Council approval. This presentation will provide a high-level introduction, recap public engagement, outline the plan's vision, explain the structure of the document, review policy categories, and conclude with next steps and plan implementation. As you know, the Municipal Government Act provides the overarching legislative framework for municipalities in Alberta. It enables municipalities to create statutory plans which guide the region's growth and development, such as the Municipal Development Plan, Area Redevelopment Plans, and Land Use Bylaws. Within the hierarchy of these statutory plans, the region's long-term municipal development plan informs the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan to ensure consistency with regional growth. In addition, Council Strategic Plan is an important document that provides further direction to inform the vision for downtown. Furthermore, the Land Use Bylaw provides detailed regulations for development. The Downtown ARP will provide the guidance for development over the next 10 years. This will include residential, commercial, and public space development. It also includes enhancements to existing pedestrian paths and transportation networks in the downtown. The ARP plan boundary is delineated by Highway 63 to the south, Athabasca River to the west, Clearwater River to the north, and Hanging Stone River to the east. Waterways is no longer included within the downtown boundary based on public input. However, there is still guiding policy in place which supports further development in waterways. Informing the Downtown ARP was a series of public engagements from 2019 to 2023. The conversation began high level, asking residents what a revitalized downtown could look like. This information informed the vision, goals, and guiding principles of the ARP, which was publicly confirmed with residents. Based on this information, the ARP policies and implementation plan were developed during 2021 and 2022, alongside updates to the Wood Buffalo Downtown Revitalization Advisory Committee, Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee, and the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee. In 2023, the draft ARP was finalized and validated with the community. During this time, there were numerous in-person and online opportunities for residents, stakeholders, and Indigenous partners to participate. Online engagements included surveys, quick polls, virtual luncheons, and online meetings. In-person engagements included downtown pop-up events at McDonald Island, Peter Pond Mall and Kano College, open houses at Jubilee, Chamber of Commerce Business Luncheon, and stakeholder meetings. Notifications were shared publicly through postcards delivered to all downtown addresses, letters sent to Indigenous partners, notices in rural letters, radio ads and interviews, electronic message boards along roadways, digital screens in recreation facilities, inside recreation facilities, posters in public buildings, online ads via YouTube, Facebook, Harvard Media website, and on social media. We would like to especially thank the Communications and Engagement Department who supported the engagement initiatives. The positive response from the community and stakeholders validates the downtown ARP in front of you this evening. As confirmed by this slide, thousands of online impressions, webpage views, and engagement touchpoints were made. Hundreds of meaningful conversations were held with residents and stakeholders, which all informed the ARP. Based on engagement, the vision was created and reads, "The downtown is an all-seasons accessible destination that showcases our people, our businesses, our services, and our amenities. Vibrant spaces, inviting storefronts, an accessible waterfront, and unique experiences will welcome residents and visitors to the downtown in a safe and memorable environment." Achieving this vision is the ultimate goal for us, and it is going to take a lot of effort, time, and contribution from both the public and private sector. The ARP will guide the type of development and revitalization for downtown. The document is organized into 5 categories: land use, built form, parks and open space, transportation and mobility, and heritage, culture, and public art. Each category includes its own goals and objectives, which address specific issues and identify policy for implementation. These policies set out how the municipality and stakeholders can work together to achieve the vision, objectives, and goals over the lifetime of the plan. The first policy category is land use. Attracting new businesses, retaining existing ones, and addressing vacant buildings and storefronts was heard often during our engagement initiatives. Based on this, the ARP has identified 6 policy themes supporting the land use category. Development nodes, which are areas of concentrated uses, such as retail, commercial, office, and residential, act as catalysts for development, leveraging the concentration of people, businesses, services, and amenities needed to support a revitalized downtown. Policies were created to support office, retail, and commercial uses, entertainment and recreation uses, community services, and institutional uses, allowing the downtown to continue to serve as the economic and civic center of the region and enhancing its role as a center for learning, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Housing policies encourage a range of housing types that will help to retain the existing population and hopefully attract new residents of all ages and income levels. And policies supporting the reuse and redevelopment of vacant lots and buildings will add further opportunities in the downtown. Here, this map identifies where development nodes are located and proposed in the ARP. Business and civic area, which is in the vicinity of the Jubilee building where we are. The entertainment large format area, which is in the vicinity of the existing big box stores. Hospital medical area extending down to Franklin Avenue, and the King Educational Area near Cano College and Startup YMM. Administration is working alongside the Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism Corporation as they lead a retail strategy in alignment with these key locations. The second policy category is built form. Much of the public engagement feedback was focused on the look and feel of the downtown, noting the need for beautification efforts to create an attractive and inviting space where people feel safe and welcome. Based on this, the ARP has identified 6 policy themes within the built form category. Design guidelines and building form policies will inform an attractive and visually appealing downtown by providing guidance in relation to the shape, scale, height, and street orientation of buildings and materials used. Public realm and access and design policies support streetscape improvements that incorporate a high standard of design and accessibility to ensure people can enjoy well-designed and welcoming spaces in the downtown. Safety policies encourage the implementation of crime prevention through environmental design principles and to investigate dark areas in the downtown to prioritize street lights in these areas. Year-round design and maintenance policies support the development of a winter city strategy. The third policy category is parks and open spaces. Parks and open spaces received the second most responses when people were asked where revitalization efforts could have the biggest impact in our downtown. Priorities identified included improving the safety and accessibility of parks, as well as providing all-season access to parks and trails. McDonald Island, the waterfront, open spaces, and trails were frequently identified as key assets to the community. Based on this, the ARP has identified 3 policy themes within the Parks and Open Space category. Parks and open space policies promote year-round use of parks and supports social programs, events, and community gatherings. Trail network policies encourage the creation of a trail network throughout the entire downtown in alignment with the RMWB Parks Master Plan. Tree policies support protecting existing greenery in the downtown, including requiring the replacement of removed trees from public and private property and planting trees along key transportation corridors such as Morrison and Hospital Street. The proposed open space and trail network is shown in this map, and as you can see, the intention is to connect the downtown through trails, parks, and open spaces. The last category, our 5th category, is transportation and mobility. Public engagement comments identified a need to improve accessibility and safety for pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users, along with having parking in the right locations to ensure access to businesses and services. Based on this, the ARP has identified 5 policy themes within the transportation and mobility category. The road system and active transportation policies support prioritizing improvements of existing streets and pedestrian paths, including incorporating universal design elements such as textured road materials, wider sidewalks, wider bump-out curbs at key intersections. It also supports exploring opportunities for pilot projects to explore options to separate vehicles from active transportation paths. The transit policies encourage transit stops to be located at activity nodes to ensure convenience to transit users and to explore enhancements to the existing transit terminal and the potential for a new or additional downtown bus terminal. High frequency or bus rapid transit is also encouraged to be explored. The parking policies support exploring shared parking agreements in commercial and business areas and investing the impact of replacing angled parking along Franklin Avenue. The development of multi-level parking facilities with connections to public transit is supported to limit the amount of land devoted to parking in the downtown. Accessibility policies support ensuring that the downtown is accessible to all people regardless of age or ability. Here, the transportation and mobility map outlines active transportation trails, enhanced street and enhanced street and curbless streets. The last category, my apologies, is the 6th category, transportation. Is heritage and cultural, is heritage, culture, and public art. Heritage policies support the promotion of Indigenous heritage by including Indigenous name places and supporting the creation of cultural space and interpretive elements within the downtown. Policies also align with the RMWB's Heritage Resource Management Plan. Culture policies support collaboration between Indigenous and community partners, encouraging community-led events that celebrate the region's rich history and cultural diversity. The development of public and private arts facilities are also supported within the downtown. Public art policies support incorporation of public art throughout the downtown on both public and private land. This map shows existing and proposed cultural sites and opportunities in collaboration with the Wood Buffalo Public Art Plan and Heritage Resource Management Plan. In order to measure and evaluate the downtown ARP over its 10-year life cycle, the municipality requires a mechanism to encourage and track progress. The downtown ARP will have a companion document called the Downtown ARP Action Plan. The action plan will not be statutory, as it's intended to be an internal document that's flexible throughout implementation and also available to public. This action plan will have short, medium, and long-term action items in support of the ARP implementation. Administration will play an important role in supporting the creation and implementation of the ARP, and where possible, action items identified will be tied to the operational budgets of internal departments. Council will have an opportunity annually to monitor progress, evaluate the priorities of the region, and ensure downtown revitalization efforts remain aligned with Council's strategic plan. Community and Indigenous partners will also play a key role as key collaborators in the process of providing guidance to changing community needs. This makes the action plan a fluid document and will continue to evolve as the RMWB works towards downtown revitalization. This is just a quick example of what this action plan looks like. In the green circle are all the actions that are related to the land use policies in the ARP, and then the darker blue portion shows some of the intended outcomes that will be undertaken for the land use category. And the intention of the action plan is for it to be a usable document for all of our departments to align our role in what downtown revitalization looks like. Moving forward, administration will continue to work with Wood Buffalo Downtown Advisory Committee and the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee to ensure alignment. Currently, administration is hosting internal discussions to finalize the action plan, and council will have an opportunity to support the downtown action plan items in alignment with the 2024 budget process. We look forward to coming to council in Q1 of 2024 to present the action plan for information. As we progress with efforts to revitalize downtown, it is important to note that while the area redevelopment plan is a critical document to supporting growth, it does not guarantee change. Revitalization will take efforts from both the public and the private sector. It will take time and it will not be easy. However, progress can be made, and if we remain focused, organized, and committed through efforts of the downtown, if we remain committed, we will be able to progress through the development, area redevelopment plan as well as the action plan. But through efforts of our recent downtown revitalization incentive grant program, we are already seeing and we are already making progress. Thank you to council, businesses, residents, stakeholders, and partners who continue to support the efforts in downtown revitalization. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, and really appreciate all the work you guys have done on this downtown revitalization and new ARP plan, and it's nice to see a plan that doesn't involve a giant parking lot downtown. So thank you very much for everything you're doing. Do we have any questions from council for administration? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to presenters, thank you for his presentation. I noticed that we'd in the slides or in the discussions or in your presentation, you'd mentioned a bit about Ptarmigan Park and how they're not involved with, because I noticed on the map that it doesn't show that they're a part of the redevelopment plan. So I just wanted to know maybe if you can collaborate a little bit more on that and why. I know I understand it might be because of the buyout program. Maybe if you can clarify a little more, and how is that going to look for the 10-year plan that's for the future? Thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, if I do have the map of the downtown boundary on my screen here, if it can be shared. Thank you. So as you can see, this is the new boundary of the downtown area redevelopment plan. In the previous or the existing city center area redevelopment plan, it included two communities. It included the downtown and it included waterways. Moving forward, based on public engagement and feedback, it seemed important that we separate the two, and waterways has its own policies that oversee it, including Ptarmigan. So there are policies that are in place that guide the development and the growth of both Ptarmigan, which is included within the waterways area, and we'll speak to that later on this evening. Thank you.
Okay, what part, okay, waterways, Ptarmigan Court, but does that go as far as the Legion? Is that water, that's the whole vicinity of waterways, I'm guessing?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, essentially, yes, it goes to that extension of the community of waterways, right before Draper.
Okay, so since we got a 10-year plan for downtown, I'm wondering why is there not a plan for waterways?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, waterways does have overarching development policies that guide future growth in waterways. Basically what happened was the previous city center area redevelopment plan included both the downtown and the waterways area in it. Moving forward, administration is proposing that the downtown area redevelopment plan only includes the downtown boundary. In the meantime, we do have policy in place that oversees waterways, but council may want to consider having an area structure plan or area redevelopment plan that is specific to waterways, and administration would support that approach.
I just wondering when that I guess that what's going to happen. So who are we waiting for to push for that plan, or do you need council's drive to be able to push for that new plan for waterways, or does that have to come around the policy?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the policies that guide future growth and development in waterways go back to the 2012 City Centre Area Redevelopment Plan. Being that it's 2023, you could argue that they should be updated and reviewed, and that's something that administration could take as an action item, and something that we do have on our books to review regardless.
Oh, definitely. I think that I would request that as a councillor to be able to have an update somewhat for in an email or in a briefing to council, because it seems that Ptarmigan Court has become a hot topic for just removal.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Amanda. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, I'm going to ask about waterways also. So were the waterways residents consulted, and they did not want to be part of the downtown area redevelopment plan? Was did that take place?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, during the engagement, because waterways is a very unique community, it has a different character, it has a different history. The feedback that we got was it makes more sense to consider it a separate community that has its own growth and development plan associated with it, and that it doesn't necessarily fall within the boundaries of the downtown. And if people are to say that they're going downtown, typically they're not talking about going into waterways, they'll say they're going to waterways. And so having a separate guiding document that treated waterways as its own community came across as being an important piece that we observed during the public engagement process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Amanda, great job with this, you and your team. I got a couple questions. On the parking, like it says that there was 13,534 parking stalls located, and there are 9,731 parking stalls that are required. Currently, there are 11,000. I mean, this goes back to the old city center redevelopment when the arena was, they came back and said there was 2,800 stalls within 10 minutes of the proposed downtown arena. Mind you, they neglected to say that they're counting Councillor Waggles at his business, and they're counting 4 or 5 behind the REMAX office, which wouldn't have been available. How did we come up with these numbers? Like, it's...
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, as part of the downtown ARP background research, we did several background research based on current studies, but also we undertook some studies as well. And as part of this plan, we had a desktop review of all the parking that's available through our digital imagery software that we used in planning development called Pictometry. And based on that, we counted every single parking stall that was visible through the digital imagery. And then we pulled development permits and compared that number to the requirements of the development that exists in the downtown, and the requirement for those developments and the parking that was required for those development permits. We also counted all the on-street parking that exists, including the parallel park, the angled parking, and any parking that was part of parks, commercial enterprise, and also any institutional development as well.
So we would have counted the parking spots in Boston Pizza or Earl's, and
yeah,
but those wouldn't be available. I mean, I couldn't park in Councilor Weigel's restaurant parking to go to a function somewhere else, like, because Stu needs them for his business. Like, I guess, I believe we have, I mean, according to this, it says that there's really no demand for additional parking. Like, we have enough parking downtown. I would challenge that. I think there is a shortage of parking as we transition municipal employees back downtown. You know, unless everybody's taking the transit, they're going to get a few stalls there. There's a couple business owners in here in the room now, and I think parking, I mean, you drive down Frank, try to get parked in front of City Hall sometimes. You got to go around the block a number of times. So, I mean, I agree with most of the study. I do challenge the parking, no need for additional parking. So I'll just leave that with you guys. The other question I had here, it says challenges and opportunities in, it said 2019 downtown revitalization engagement identified a need to increase amount of culture, recreational festivities, all these wonderful events. So who runs those? Is it city or is it volunteer organizations?
Through the chair to Councilor Boussier, for the recreational and events and activities that exist are mostly community-led currently. Some municipality does also do some programming within public space and parks as well.
Okay.
And if I could, Councilor Boussier, through the chair, respond to the parking question. We are currently undertaking several other studies that have come out of the research we did, but also through the plan. One of those things is a mobility and a parking study, like an actual. We have our consultant actually supporting us with that work, and we will be using that information as well, and we will be taking that into consideration as we move forward with future development as well in the downtown.
Okay, one last question, Mayor. In the challenges you have, or the report is downtown is underserved with only 3.3 hectares of parklands, park/open space and trails per 1,000 residents, compared with the Canadian standard of 7.7 per 1,000. Like, I'm assuming you're not counting the Howard Pugh because that's in waterways, but I thought we'd have more than 3.3 hectares per 1,000 people downtown. There seems to be an awful lot of trails, like along the Snine to Clearwater, and you got Pond and Poplar Crescent and Keehan Park. And is that, can we trust that that's accurate?
Through the chair, so that statistic comes from parks that are maintained regular and easily accessible. So we do have a lot of naturalized areas within the downtown that are part of parks. So this the parks that the stat that comes from that number is the parks that currently parks operates but also maintains, so they're easily accessible.
Okay, it doesn't really say that in here though, right? You just got, okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. And a question on, as Councilor Boussier mentioned, the green space. Would waterfront redevelopment, would that enhance the amount of green park space that we have when that's completed?
Through the chair to the mayor. Yes, so as part of the downtown area development plan, what we have some policies that support the revitalization of the downtown waterfront. And once those plans are in place, which currently the Waterfront Advisory Committee is working on, that will add and enhance the current allotment of green space and park space as well.
Okay, thank you. And also, as Councilor Boussier mentioned, it'd be nice to see a study of parking that's not designated to business already. So a parking study that showed actual open parking in the downtown, not designated to business right now. So thank you. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just looking at all, thank you for all the work, and I'm part of downtown revitalization. So my question might be a bit surprising to you. I just feel sometimes that maybe all our efforts downtown are painfully slow and not seeing so much happening. Then for instance, the Kiam Park. I was expecting this is not something that maybe you can fix. I'm just going to ask that questions anyway. I was thinking how we can ensure utilization of such parks, or how we can make sure that this actually turns to real change in the downtown. So sometimes just like maybe other residents, I look at it and see, are we getting this right? And also, I was hoping to hear or see something about more lighting downtown and things like that. I feel that might help, but I'm also looking for some quick wins rather than, what are the things that we, in your study, can be done quickly for any change to happen downtown.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, to address the lighting, that within the area redevelopment plan, it's sprinkled throughout the whole ARP in terms of policy, and knowing that there's a need to add more lighting into the downtown is certainly something that comes across quite often in the ARP and in the action plan. As it relates to the example you gave with Kiam Park and ensuring utilization, the big thing is getting people to the downtown and finding ways to keep them into the downtown. And one of the challenges of our downtown is even though it's a smaller area, it's very, it's dispersed. Like everything is sort of diluted throughout the downtown where we don't really have concentration of uses. So for example, even the development where Walmart and Sobeys are, you're likely going to drive to Walmart, park, go and make your shopping trip, and then drive to Sobeys or drive to Canadian Tire. Whereas in a downtown that is more pedestrian friendly and easy to navigate, you wouldn't do that in a lot of cities. You would just park once and do your trips and then come back to the car. The same thing can be said for Kiam Park, where using that as an example, if there's events and there's a reason for people to go downtown, then they will. And part of that as a community, not necessarily as a government, but as a community, having spaces where we can host events is really important in order to get people to come into the downtown. Thank you.
So is there something that can be done to intentionally, actively engage or ensure? I don't know.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So the downtown area redevelopment plan it sets sort of the guidebook for the downtown. Yeah. In terms of actually hosting events and the actions that come out of that, they don't necessarily fall out of the ARP. We'll have an action plan that tries to spur some of that activity, but we as an organization and as a community have to start taking the actions and putting more focus into the downtown. Through the action plan for the downtown, we will be, and we are, making a lot of efforts to align our budget process, for example, to the actions that are in the downtown. Often things get missed if they're not budgeted for. So that is a change that we've taken with the ARP, and hopefully we see some results with that. But it's a collective effort that comes from different organizations, private and public sector. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I don't know if you see my hand there, but it's been up. So, thanks. The nodes are those just walking? I know they're like intersections or traffic, whatever, walking intersections, whatever it is. Is it just like the node? Is it just going to be a four-way, or is it like a pedestrian stop, or is it a bike stop? What is it?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I believe you're referring to the proposed development nodes. Okay, I have them on my screen, and for your reference, it's slide 12 of your PowerPoint package. The concept behind proposed development nodes is to basically have concentration of development areas within the downtown. and aligning policy to it. So for example, where we are right now with the Jubilee, this is a natural node where there's a lot of activity. And if we can build on that and put our efforts in and around this area alongside 3 other nodes, what we're hoping to do is create pockets of development, pockets of activity that eventually, once it starts getting developed, it starts to permeate from there. If we try to revitalize the entire downtown at once, our efforts will be diluted. And the intention behind the proposed development nodes is to try to get movement happening quicker. And also, the policies that support these development nodes are generally also very attractive to private investors or developers who are looking for opportunities to potentially expand or build something new. And what we've done in those pockets is to ensure that we're not creating policy that limits growth. We want policy that supports growth. And that's the intention behind the development nodes.
Cool, thank you. I got another question. I recall you saying that there's a plan that was possibly set forth before the downtown redevelopment plan for waterways. Is there any way that I could get that in an email that was a proposed plan? Because I think that myself, I think that's part of downtown, but I guess it's not. So how do we start moving on that end as well? Thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the plan that I believe you're referring to, it's the 2012 City Center Area Redevelopment Plan. Basically, if tonight's development area redevelopment plan that I just presented, if it gets passed, it basically replaces the 2012 City Center Area Redevelopment Plan. But part of that plan also included waterways. Moving forward, waterways will have its own policy that guides development and growth. As it stands today, their policies date back to the 2012 City Center Area Redevelopment Plan. But moving forward, we will be looking at a community-specific area structure plan or area redevelopment plan for the waterways community. And we can send that in an email.
Don't you think it would all work together better if it was all together? I think it would work better all together, and just add it to the plan. I think that'll make things a lot easier instead of making a whole different plan for waterways.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, during public engagement conversations, the conversation around waterways and downtown, it seemed clear that there was 2 separate communities and that waterways doesn't necessarily identify itself as downtown. They identify themselves as waterways. And keeping in alignment with what we were hearing, the plan forward and the approach was to have waterways, was to give waterways the opportunity to have their own policies that guide growth in that community that's different from the downtown.
What was the incentive of that?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, it was just essentially to bring the boundaries into alignment with what we were hearing from residents and stakeholders. When we asked even, what's the boundary of the downtown, it was a specific question in a survey. The results came back as basically from where you see it on the screen on slide 12, including Mac Island, all the way down to the Hanging Stone, seemed to be the natural boundary of our downtown. And then outside of that, where Ptarmigan or the waterways community is, that it was its own community and it should have its own guide.
So you cut out there, I heard guide.
That waterways should have its own community policies that guide growth and development.
Okay. Thanks for that. Please send me that email. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through to Amanda, presenters. On the design guidelines, it says promote a high standard of architecture and design. Like, we're not going to make it cost prohibitive for someone to, because every time you create a peak or a valley in your building, it costs money. And it gets to the point where maybe it's not worth doing it because the expenses.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, design guidelines are, I agree. You don't want them to be so prohibitive that it acts as a disincentive for development. You also don't want to create a situation where our standards become so high that, you know, any improvement that a property owner is contemplating is totally gone to the wayside because they can't contend with the price of the design guidelines. On the flip side of that, without having design guidelines in the downtown or in the city, we do see some opportunities where development could have looked better for the same price. And we've definitely have seen that through the grant program where you've got exterior grants being awarded to projects, and you'll see some development projects, they take the same amount of money and can have such a big impact because they were guided by good design, in which they typically had because they had a contractor or a good designer on their project team. The intention of the design guidelines won't be to create this high level standard that's going to cost money. It's more so to try to encourage better looking development in the downtown.
Okay, and another thing I read in there, when you're talking about drive-throughs, if it's between the building or the street, we got to add more landscaping. And so I guess that's only as good as we enforce it, right? Because if the landscaping dies the following year, I think Councillor Ball's mentioned it a number of times, we don't go back and enforce the business to replace the shrubs or the trees. It just sits there and there's no follow-up. Like, is this something that would be followed up if we're gonna, you know, enforce it or force a business owner to plant a bunch of shrubs? And we're going through it. I sit on a condo board and there's a few trees we want to take down, but if you go back to the landscaping requirements from when the developer, and this is a downtown condominium, we need 52 shrubs and like 34 trees. And you got to be flush with cash to put all that shrubbery up there. I mean, it's going to be expensive. And now it's been noted by the RM, so I'm sure they're going to continue to make sure that we follow the rules. And you read it in here, it's the same old thing. We got to add shrubs if the drive-through isn't between two buildings or whatever. So I guess what's the rationale for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, and Nabil, you may be able to add more. That's in alignment with the beautification piece, adding more greenery, adding more, I guess, elements in the downtown that are appealing. Over time, like you've mentioned, it's not feasible or worth even putting the landscaping in if the municipality isn't going to enforce it and keep an eye on it and make sure that what we approved and what was agreed to remains and is maintained. And over time, unfortunately, like we know of properties that are downtown that did have landscaping requirements that are asphalt right to the edge of the street. And when you look at that from like a pedestrian, that's certainly not an area where you're going to walk or like let your kids run around or put a stroller through. It's an area that you see as a parking lot that actually was probably supposed to be landscaped. And we see this throughout the downtown. It's something that is on our radar. Understanding at the same time, though, that businesses have been hit hard in the last few years, and requiring them to come up to speed and spend that money to have that landscaping it's a fine balance. And it's something that we do struggle with as a department to sort of balance the needs of the community, but also the needs of the downtown and making sure that it looks good and that it's tidy and that it's clean. And the same thing goes back to garbage. And it's part of the action plan is for us to be more mindful of what's happening down there and to take a respectable approach in terms of the enforcement piece and not coming in heavy-handed. But as it relates to the drive-throughs and the buildings and the streets, it's all in relation to the beautification.
Okay, and just one last question regarding drive-throughs. I mean, and I'm sure you've had other people ask you about this. The drive-through at Eagle Ridge through the Dairy Queen and Starbucks, like, who came up with that?
I'll give that one to Nabil.
Like, I just, like, yeah, I just, like, we're not gonna, I'm assuming there was an error made, like somebody, like, is there any engineers in here? Like,
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, a specific drive-through is permitted under the land use bylaw and the requirements through the engineering service standards, but also the land use bylaw requirements for drive aisles. Does it on paper looks great? Does it work in reality? I think you just noted it for you doesn't work perfectly. But within the back to your question about the screening of drive-throughs, I think it's really important to note throughout the public engagement with stakeholders and Indigenous partners, the three most common things that came up or were resounding throughout were safety, beautification, and year-round accessibility. And obviously that aligns with Council's strategic priority of downtown visualization. And so a lot of the policies that are within the document are related around, really revolve around those three basic concepts. And these three basic concepts have also been through our background research that we've done. We've undercovered engagement from 1999, 2012, and these three items or three themes keep emerging. So the difference from the intent of what this current ARP is trying to do is continue what the community has told us that they would like to see, and was part of Council's strategic priority. The screening is something that not only beautifies the downtown, but it helps with accessibility and making how people feel. So this idea of being able to feel comfortable in the winter to walk alongside a drive-through, you would feel probably a little bit more safer if you had, some shrubs or some screening, so you would, in case of slips or falls or any other incidences like that. So we have those policies in the document to guide safe but responsible development. But again, as Amanda mentioned, not to put too much burden on developers where we're pushing away development. But we are working with a lot of our partners, including Economic Development Corporation, to see what would attract investment, and things like having a beautiful space that currently exists is something that doesn't invite investors to invest in our community. The idea of people would want to live in a nice neighborhood. Developers would like to develop in a nice community as well. So that's the ARP is very intentional in making sure that we not only address the three priorities of safety, beautification, and year-round accessibility, but also being really cognizant of the commercial aspect or the investor aspect. And we're very fortunate we have a really great relationship with our Economic Development Corporation and trying to leverage some of their learnings and really feeding that into the ARP.
okay. No, and you and your team have done a great job, and actually the read was pretty enjoyable. You got some good ideas, although I do think we do have a parking issue here downtown. I mean, if you don't get it, apparently friends of mine that work at St. Croix and Suncor, if they don't get to Hardin Street early enough, they don't get a parking spot. So I do think that the parking is an issue, and then maybe we need to focus a little bit more on that than what's in the report. But otherwise, good job.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, as you've read in the ARP, or we have read in the ARP, we have considered parking, because that is something that has come up, and part of the policies do relate to investigating parking structures or other types of parking solutions to support people coming to downtown and being able to find easily accessible parking.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Cardinal?
I'll take my hand down. I got caught up in the parking conversation there. I forgot what I was going to ask.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cardinal.
Good, though. It'll come back to me. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair to the presenters, I reiterate Councillor Bouzier's comments. It was a pretty good read. I really appreciate the hard work you've done here. Is there going to be a focus on streetscaping? I've always kind of been a proponent of, if you build a better streetscape, you're going to hopefully convince your neighbors to do the same. I know I've talked to several of your planning and development folks about getting these developers to redevelop their properties when they become non-compliant. And I know you're working in behind the scenes, but is that something that we're looking at?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, streetscaping is a really important part of downtown revitalization and a key aspect of the plan. And within the transportation mobility category, we do propose 3 types of street typologies. So there's a street with active transportation paths. So those are paths that are focused on getting people around, whether they choose to walk, wheel, cycle, run. We also have enhanced streets that will be enhancing current streets with perhaps wider sidewalks where it's feasible, and other elements such as lighting. And then we also have a street typology called the Festival Street and Curbless Street, predominantly along McDonald Avenue to allow for street events to occur, such as street festivals, buskers, food truck festivals. So within the document, there's considerable consideration put into what the streets would look like and what the pedestrian experience is like. Because as we know, people will only come somewhere where they feel comfortable, and so we wanted to create a downtown that is not only comfortable for people who will choose to drive, but also people who choose to take public transit, or people who would consider other forms of transportation, such as walking, cycling, or even those people with mobility challenges.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I don't know what page or what number it is on the slide, but in your presentation, and what is it, item 5.2, there's a photograph of a mother walking a couple kids past a space, and you know, that's sort of the environment that I hope to see there. Unfortunately, what we have right there is nothing like that. So I know it's a long hill, so tough hill to battle. Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good presentation, presenters. I just want to ask you that Walmart is moving from downtown to Parson Creek. Is there possibility?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we're not able to confirm that. Through Parsons Creek, there is talk of new development, and that would be commercial development. But in terms of who the tenants are, we're not able to confirm who's there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenter. Hey, is the part of the aerodrome down at the SNI a part of the redevelopment plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the ARP provides high-level guidance for the waterfront. However, the details around what the waterfront plan is or what the waterfront will look like is being given. That responsibility is part with the downtown waterfront revitalization advisory committee, and they currently have an approved plan which will be implemented. So that any information related to the aerodrome will be part of that plan, and it's part with the advisory committee.
Okay. I guess my next question would be, with all the flood mitigation that's happening, is that going to hinder our movements at all, or is that going to be after the fact?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, in terms of the waterfront, in terms of the flood mitigation within the downtown, our team is aware of it. So in terms of policy, that's really what the ARP focuses on. The ARP doesn't schedule future capital projects or even future site-specific development projects. So it certainly wouldn't hinder any flood mitigation that's occurring in the downtown. If anything, it definitely supports the safety and security of the area. Thank you.
No, I think I think that the answer is the other way around. Is I was asking whether it would slow down the process for the regional development plan, not for the flood mitigation, because the flood mitigation is going to be done before the redevelopment plan, to my knowledge. So I'm just asking, is it going to slow down the redevelopment plan with the flood mitigation. So that's all.
Oh, through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, no, we're not concerned of any impact to timeline either way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal.
Oh, I got one more question, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So if I was to redirect my question about the aerodrome, who would I direct it to? The Downtown Revitalization Committee?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I can take that as an action and ensure that you get a response.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Do you have any other questions from Council for Administration? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Do we have received any written submissions that need to be acknowledged for the record?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, members of council. We've received 2 written submissions in support of the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, which are included in council's agenda package. Page 35, Owen Erskine, Chair, Wood Buffalo Downtown Revitalization Advisory Committee, in support. And page 36, Tina Cruz, resident, in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any registered verbal submissions? So we'll begin with Bryce Kumka, Chair of Buffalo Development Advisory Committee, in support. And Bryce, state your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions after that, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My name is Bryce Kumka. I'm the current chair of the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee. I had lots of enthusiasm and vigor for the presentation at 6 o'clock, but at 10 it's getting a little more challenging, but that's the way these things go. So this is a topic that's very close to my own heart. We do own and operate a business in the downtown. We've seen a lot of positive movements of late through the DRIP program, and new development, new buildings being built throughout the downtown, and then the rejuvenation of a lot of our existing building stock. So I think it's some very positive moves. Now that being said, I think Amanda and her team, Nabil, and the rest of the planning and development folks need some good recognition for a lot of the work that they've done. They've worked very closely with our committee and our members, and sought our feedback throughout the process of developing this document. This is I think it's the 4th downtown plan that I've seen in the 17 years that I've lived in the community, and this one I think is very realistic. It's focused. It has a lot of great content, as a number of the councillors have identified. I think it's very logical. I think it flows through very well the feedback that was received and things that we're hearing in our committee's work, as well as just in general business in the downtown. So I think there's some really key things that were mentioned by Amanda and her team, that the plan is what it is. It's a long-range document that's there to guide decisions, but the key point is that action plan, and how do we come up with implementation strategies to bring these things into reality. I think it's in there as well. Flood mitigation is important. It's a precursor to any kind of large-scale development. If we're going to have investments in any serious form, then we need to have that protection in place from an insurance perspective. But we've got some good wins. They're outlined in there again. I call it DRIP 3.0. So Downtown Revitalization Investment Program. We've seen some awesome results. I think that needs to continue and should be a priority for administration to get that up and running again, and continue the momentum that we've seen generated by investment by both this organization and from the municipality, as well as from private building and landowners. Now, there could be some enhancements to that program that we've talked about in the past, a demolition grant to open up some land. And then I do concur with Councillor's comments on parking. As much as angle parking is kind of homey and maybe a little rural, I kind of like it. It's efficient. It gets people to be able to access businesses in a meaningful way. it's difficult for people to understand that you have to yield to the person backing out of the parking spot, but we can all learn that. It's not that hard. But I think it's very important to not get ahead of ourselves and go down a pathway to reduce parking in the downtown, because you can never have too much parking. In my opinion, as a business owner, the spots in front of our location here, just across the street on Franklin, they do move, they do turn, but there could never, like, if we had 20 more, that would be fantastic. So I think continued investment in parking infrastructure is important. And I think there's some great ideas with respect to opening up and making our downtown more usable from a public event perspective. When we moved here, there was the Blueberry Festival and there was Interplay, and there were all these great things that happened in the downtown and brought people from all over the region into that. I mean, that being said, Friday we've got the Athabasca Tribal Council cultural celebrations at the SNI, which is fantastic. We had the Rib Fest a couple of weeks ago. So there's some things that are happening that are very, very positive. It's just, how do we do more? How do we make it work? There's no clock, so I can talk forever, I think, and it's kind of fun. Oh, darn it. I got fun with Amanda's presentation. But no, I think all around, we've seen this plan in its various iterations, updates over the last couple of years, and we've always been impressed. And it's progressed well. It's well thought out. It's well implemented. And now it's a matter of passing, implementing, and then getting onto the actionable items. And our committee will continue to support the work that planning and development does to enhance in any way, shape, or form we can in our downtown. So thank you very much for your time this evening, and our committee wholeheartedly supports the plan as presented.
Thank you, Bryce. As always, great comments and advice on your experience with downtown businesses. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from council for the presenter?
That's no fun.
I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Bryce. Next, we have Colin Bird, resident in support. And Colin, if you just state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present.
Oh, okay. For the record, my name is Colin Bird. That's loud. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Colin Bird, and I'm here to speak in favor of the downtown area redevelopment plan, especially its recommendations for more green space and trees downtown. As a downtown resident, I want downtown to succeed as a vibrant place people want to visit, and importantly, a place where they want to spend time. I believe planting more trees and creating more green space are a key part of this and can create a better quality of life and business outcomes for downtown. As has been said, downtown is currently underserved in the way of maintained and accessible green spaces. Currently, downtown, especially the business civic area, has a lot of pavement. It's a dusty frying pan in the summer and a windy tundra in the winter. Green space can help with this. It's not, and that's not to say that there's no reason to come downtown. There are, but it's not a very comfortable or hospitable place to hang out. Once you've finished what you've come to do, there's no real inclination to stay. We've gotten some very hot summers, and I think we're going to get some very hot summers in the future, and I'm concerned that the current downtown is not built to handle hot summers and hot weather. So trees can help with this. Trees and green space act as a heat sink. The other benefits of green space are well known. Some of them are listed in the plan. Some of them are listed in the urban forestry strategy that the RMWB has. Green space can improve air quality, increase mental and physical well-being, reduce noise, act as a windbreak. Green space and trees also increase property value. They make it so that people are more likely to walk around the neighborhood. There have been multiple comments about parking. I think it's natural to have to search for a little bit for a parking space downtown. Perhaps there is a bit more we can talk about in terms of street parking, but I think the reason why people resent looking for a parking space so much downtown is because it sucks to walk so much downtown. So if it was a more pleasant experience, maybe it would be better. Maybe we wouldn't mind so much. So in terms of opportunities, I think we have a lot of opportunities for creating green space and planting trees downtown. The plan does mention unused and underused lots. The municipality does own some lots downtown. We also have some empty street side planters on McDonald and Franklin. That's an avenue we can explore. We can set a tree canopy target, tree planting target for downtown. I think that would be something that we can act on and would have some real tangible results if we had a target that we were actively working towards. In terms of underused municipal lots, so there's the Morrison and Biggs Avenue lawn across from the Earls. So that's currently a green space, but it's just a lawn right now. If we put some trees on it, that could make a big difference. Morrison and Franklin lot, where the old A&W is, we could turn that into a green space as well.
Sorry to cut you off, Colin, but your 5 minutes is up there.
Oh, it's up already.
But
it didn't even flash.
No, it didn't.
What?
That's what this.
Oh, okay. All right. Please ask me some questions.
Yes, but I want to say really appreciate your presentation, and no, it's a great presentation and some great thought went into it. So thank you so much. Do any councilors have any questions for the presenter? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just also want to reiterate that you had some very good ideas, Colin, and hopefully we will get that green space to, help us through those hot summers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Are there any other questions from council for the presenter? Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just want to commend the presenter. He made it so interesting. I didn't know if 5 minutes was up already. And you shared some good ideas, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Colin. Appreciate it. Next, we have Diana D'Souza. And Diana, same, if you could state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and please remain seated for questions.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Diana D'Souza, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce, representing the interests of over 600 businesses in our vibrant region. I appreciate the opportunity to address this council meeting regarding item 5.2. So firstly, I would like to express our general support for the plan as a vision towards enhancing the vitality of our downtown area. We commend the consultation process that involved our chamber members, allowing our voices to be heard during this engagement. Deanna, Nabil, we actually maxed out the capacity of one location and they put on virtual sessions for us to hear our voices, so we really appreciate that. Now, during these discussions, our members conveyed some specific concerns. So it's a great plan, it's a great vision, but there's some concern with implementation, and I think different persons have voiced different components. So one of it is the zoning of the areas and how it works. You zone an area as a civic area, or you zone an area, a big box. I don't remember all the specifics at this point in time. And someone is already there with a particular type, or they want to shift it. How does that work? The action plan becomes vital in implementing. So things like maybe Rib Fest should be brought downtown. Get very creative. Maybe ATC could have blocked off the streets and happened downtown. Wouldn't that be nice, Earls? We get some traffic after. But there's a little bit more. It's a great vision, no question, absolutely brilliant vision. Now, as a chamber, we'd also like to advocate for the inclusion of a retail and a commercial kitchen and incubator. Councillor Ball talked about streetscaping. There's a real opportunity rather than you take this and it's it's a beautiful vision, and it takes 20 years, and we realize only little pieces of it, to potentially take a piece, build an incubator, build that beautiful streetscape, build those beautiful built forms, and have that opportunity for entrepreneurs to use it. So realize the vision, show the example, make it happen, make these big festivals happen downtown, bring that traffic to realize it. So great vision, really needs some meat on implementation. Now, the biggest and most significant issue from our membership, both in the consultation and in recent time, is the safety issue and the spike in crime. So I do want to say that we understand the complexity of the homeless issue and the recent efforts to address density. And I commend the team. I see Tony's in here. It's Julie. There's been a number of people that I've communicated with, and Mayor Bowman, communicated, interacted, and have assisted. The reality is that I think we need to separate the homelessness from the illegal activity, because some of the persons that are homeless, they've lived off the land. They have generational trauma. It's been their land for a long time, and they don't know how to live in homes, or they don't want to be in homes. And that may be an issue that can be eliminated. But the reality is crime is happening not just from that population, and it's escalating. I had a meeting with Mayor yesterday speaking about our business watch and some of the options around that. And I think any vision is simply not going to be realized if we don't look at lighting, if we don't look at active safety, if we don't improve it. I actually shared an email where I was in shock with some of the stories that I'm being told of what's being experienced by businesses, where you have 17 homeless persons that come to a yard that's trying to deal with training someone to drive a vehicle. Now, the safety of these persons are now under jeopardy, right? They turn around, they set the course, and then they turn around and somebody's got a cart pushing with cones and different things. Now, I know we've got Tower coming, we've got great initiatives, and these are not simple issues. But for us, safety first, deal with the safety issue as a priority. The DRIP has done a tremendous job in starting to see activity. Bryce is quite right, they're seeing development, but the safety issue is escalating to a point of great concern. I know that the mayor met with me, we're outlining a plan, but if there's one thing I would like to leave you with is implementation. Find some big ideas and big ways, take a big, bold move into making an example, and to please work with us and ensure we deal with the safety. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Appreciate your presentation, and thanks for meeting me yesterday. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair, to Diane. Thanks for the insight. You hit the nail on the head. I was talking to someone about this yesterday, that, it's all well and good to have all these plans, but implementation is the most important part of it. So I'm glad to hear that from you, that if we don't implement something, we'll never get there. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Bussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I guess this question is for Director Berge. Just referencing or going with Ms. Souza's comments about security, I guess we had put a motion or a budget amendment in for 6 RCMP and 4 bylaw, or where are we with that then? 6 and 4, 4 and 6? I can't remember.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, so it was 6 RCMP officers and 4 bylaw officers. So we're still in the recruitment stage for some of those, but we've been working very closely. On the downtown safety and security. So the RCMP have a crew team, which is a crime reduction unit. So they work closely with bylaw services. We worked on the encampment on Manning Avenue to take that down. And then we're working for the other encampment that's on Clearwater to find housing for those individuals. But from a safety and security perspective, there's outreach workers attending there. There's RCMP and bylaw services attending there as well. So we're doing everything we can. We've been meeting with the businesses We understand that it's a concern, and we're aware of it, and we're going to be working with Mayor Bowman and the Chamber of Commerce in the near future to get a downtown business, I don't want to say committee, but something similar to that.
Yeah.
A watch.
It might have been even before you took over role, Director Deanne. We used to have RCMP on bikes, patrol the downtown and other areas. Is that still happening?
Through the chair to Councillor Brucier, yes, it is. The crew team, the crime reduction unit, goes on bikes, and we have some bylaw officers or community peace officers that also go on bikes. And that has happened this summer.
Oh, really? I haven't seen them. Like, normally they're quite visible, but I don't remember seeing any this year. Not saying that they're not out there, but okay. So we are trying to help the downtown businesses and reduce break-ins and.
Through the chair to Councillor Brucier, that's correct.
So when would, like, I mean, it was passed in November to have 10 people or 10 positions created. Like, it's 9-10 months later. Do we know what the issue is?
Through the chair to Councillor Brucier, it's a complex issue, one that we're working on. We're working on solutions, so I don't want you to think we're not doing things. One of the issues for the RCMP is depot. So not as many cadets are attending depot, so the turnout is not as frequent as it has been for Fort McMurray. Now, recently, I think we've received 7 cadets straight out of depot. So we're working, I know that the superintendent's working really hard on filling all of those positions. And from a bylaw services perspective, a community peace officer is a provincial program. So there's a certain qualifications that have to be met. So we've had some of our internal bylaw officers move up to peace officers. And we've been working recently with our HR department around the recruitment piece, because one of the challenges we have is the way the job description's laid out around how much experience you have. So we're working on some of those to relax those a little bit with the union so that we can hire people that are trained but may not have experience. So we're working really hard at filling all of those positions, and we anticipate that that'll be done really soon. The other piece I just want to put out there, because it does seem like a long time and I don't want the public to think that we're not doing things, there's a security clearance piece that happens as well. So once an individual's hired, either for bylaw services, they have to pass a security clearance, and that can sometimes take up to 3 months.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Do we have any other questions for the presenter? Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering about the issue of security. Back to that topic, we had a lot of break-ins a few months ago. I just wanted to know if there's any feedback that there's reduction in such.
So actually, no. So one of the things that we discussed and one of the things we're calling for is that transparency in reporting. Okay. To really understand, one of the things that I do when any of the businesses reach out to me is ask them to ensure that they're reporting every incident, so that I don't have sight of that data. So it's one of the things we would like to see, so we'd be able to tell where the trend's going.
Okay, maybe the CAO or Diane can give us some insight as to the situation, or even Mayor Bowman from.
I think, as Mr. Souza mentioned, a lot of the issues with crime downtown and everywhere is it's not reported to the RCMP, and so we don't really have an eye on how much is done. For example, at my gym, my front door was kicked in last week, and you didn't report it. So it's a lot of it happens not reported. So what the chamber's advocating for is for business to report the crime. So there's good statistics to show whether the trends are going up and down. And there's meetings coming forward with Deanne, her team, Tony, Superintendent Hancock, and the Chamber of Commerce in the next few days, or next few weeks, I guess.
Okay. Thank you. It's important. So we have the true picture of what we are dealing with. Thanks again.
Thank you, Councilor Joko, and thank you, Dana. Next, we have Sharon Heading. And just, Sharon, if you want to state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and if you can remain seated afterwards for questions, please.
My name is Sharon Heading. I'm the Partnerships Manager with Arts Council Wood Buffalo, and I will be uncharacteristically short-winded. I'm here to show our support for the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan. The plan aligns with this council's strategic priority of downtown visualization, focusing on safety, beautification, and activation. It provides a much-needed framework that supports business and creates opportunities for residents and visitors to spend time downtown. In addition, the plan aligns with Arts Council's vision of the downtown as the heart of the region's arts community. We know that art is essential to a remarkable quality of life and are excited to see the public engaged in a vibrant community. After extensive public engagement, and I cannot say enough how I have never seen this much public engagement. If someone didn't have their say in this, they were asleep somewhere. The community has made it clear we live here. This is our home. We want to safely enjoy our downtown, work, shop, and play as individuals and families. And the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan will help that happen. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sharon. We appreciate it. Do we have any questions from council for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Sharon.
If I just might add one small
Sure.
thing. When we go this late, you should probably have snacks for us. Just saying.
We have snacks.
Just as you have snacks. It could get really cranky on this side without snacks. Just saying.
Thank you. We'll take that to note.
Mayor, give her a bag of chips.
Next, we have William Winston. And William, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. If you can remain seated for questions, please.
Hi, for the record, I'm William Whiston. Thanks all. I'll keep this short as well. I just wanted to express my thanks to all who worked on the plan. It was a measured and appropriate plan created by thoughtful listening work that will guide the development of our downtown well in the years to come. I think it correctly places and guides our identity as a city, while recognizing the impact of the oil sands it has had in past development. I think it recognizes who we are and actually who we have always been, which is people of the northern water, land, and sky. It recognizes that we're guests on the land and that we're people whose lives are dictated by the rhythm of the seasons, including, of course, a long and very beautiful winter. Our built infrastructure should not only reflect, but wholly embrace that we are a winter city, and I was so glad to read that in the plan. The downtown region represents an incredible and varied demographic. Our downtown needs to be developed in such a way that everyone can experience and move around the city without barriers. This includes long overdue improvements to public transportation and the creation of actually our first saved and protected active transportation network. Currently, with the flood mitigation work ongoing, there is not a single route you can take by bike from one end of the downtown to the other that is safe and protected. If anything, this is long overdue, and it's a matter of transportation and climate equity. If I can offer any encouragement to council, you know what? I would say is take a week, a day, a month, maybe even a year, and ditch the car. Experience downtown at a human scale. Walk, bike, take the bus, and you will learn to love it in a whole new way. And I know many of you have lived here for years, but I encourage you to take the challenge. You will curse under your breath at the lack of the good infrastructure, and I'm sure you will put some great policy into place. Give this thing the budgetary strength it needs, and you know, I'm just excited to see what's going to happen in our downtown. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Winston. Excellent presentation. Does council have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Winston. Next, we have Kevin Weilich. And again, Kevin, just want to say your name for the record and 5 minutes to present and remain seated.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Kevin Weidlich, and I'm President and CEO of Economic Development and Tourism. And I'm pleased to be here today to provide supplementary information to support the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan. Economic Development and Tourism worked very closely with Planning and Development to inform the Downtown ARP. As part of this process, we provided insights from our newly updated commercial and retail strategy, and we sought feedback from development professionals to validate the revised approach to the downtown ARP. And we believe the downtown ARP is an example of good policy development. It's based on strong public engagement, you've heard that already, with residents, Indigenous partners, public and private stakeholders. The engagement process provided an opportunity to review the plan and confirm that it met the needs of the community. And we believe that this revised ARP represents a realistic approach. I'd like to underscore the term realistic. It offers enough flexibility with a framework for developers to understand. And most importantly, we do not foresee it creating barriers to development. When it comes to scale and the types of development opportunities, the nodes that were talked about earlier today, these will do well in our downtown. And this revised downtown ARP reflects what the community can comfortably support. Our latest market research conducted this year in 2023 tells us that the potential for commercial and retail development remains very strong. Here are a few updates. Our market potential in retail and leisure entertainment is $2.3 billion a year. Our market leakage is estimated at $850 million. That's $850 million leaving the community that can and should be spent here. And demand for new commercial retail square footage continues to grow. We now require more than 1 million square feet, an 18.8% increase in the last few years. And these numbers are very attractive to potential developers and retailers, and they'll help to drive development in the region, including the downtown. And at the end of the day, we all want to see our downtown thriving and bustling with activity. The downtown ARP is an important step in enabling that to happen. With the downtown ARP, we as an economic development organization, we have something to point to sell, to discuss with the developers. And developers, by seeing this, they see a signal from the community that the community is ready to do business with them. In closing, the proposed downtown ARP is a critical step towards attracting developers to the downtown, and I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir. It's a very good presentation, very fine. I just want to ask you, though you have covered many things, questions which I have asked, but to be precise, the plan which is presented by administration, how would it affect economic development as per your tasks which are assigned to you by self-assigned, or that we expect economically the town would be developed?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. In fact, as was mentioned earlier, the critical items are in the action plans. And as it happens, the downtown ARP very closely reflects, obviously, the council's strategic plan, and it also reflects the input from the economic development and tourism strategy. So they are all completely aligned, and the actions that we undertake all dovetail. So I'm very confident that this downtown ARP actually gives us a very strong framework so that we can sell the downtown to developers, and so they have an idea of what the vision can look like. If you recall, slide 12 from Planning and Development's presentation identifies various nodes. These are meant to inspire conversation with developers as to what kinds of development can happen. It's not restrictive. It's meant to be inspiring and to give guidance and an idea of what the community is looking for and what the demand offers.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Are there any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the gallery who wishes to present? Are there any further questions from council for administration related to bylaw number 23/016? Does administration have anything further to add or closing comments? We'll now move on to bylaw number 23/017. I'd like to invite Amanda Heides, Acting Director of Planning Development, and Nabil Malik, Planner Planning Development, to provide introduction to and opening statements for bylaw number 23/017.
Thank you. Good evening, and for the record, my name is Amanda Heides, Acting Director of Planning and Development, and with me is Nabil Malik, Planner 3 for Planning and Development. In 2012, the City Center Area Redevelopment Plan, bylaw number 12003, known as the CCARP, was approved by Council to guide revitalization efforts in downtown Fort McMurray, and this bylaw still remains in effect today. As you are aware from my previous presentation, a new downtown area redevelopment plan is being proposed to replace the CCARP. However, the CCARP's boundary includes both the downtown and waterways. Feedback from public engagement confirms that waterways should be considered its own unique community within Fort McMurray. Currently, the CCARP is the only statutory document that provides land use policy direction for waterways, and for this reason, the CCARP will be amended to only include waterways, deleting the remaining geographic area of the downtown from it. This approach ensures that for the time being, the CCARP land use policies will remain in effect for waterways only until a new statutory plan for waterways is updated and created and brought back to Council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Do we have any questions for administration from Council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Do we have any written submissions that need to be acknowledged?
We have no written submissions.
And do we have any verbal submissions?
We have no verbal registered submissions for this item.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the gallery that wishes to come forward and present? Are there any further questions of Council for administration? As a reminder, once the public hearing is closed, no further questions or information gathering can occur. Does administration have anything else they want to add? Nope. I now declare public hearing related to bylaw number 23/016 and bylaw number 23/017 closed. Coming out of public hearing, we'll start the second and third readings of bylaw number 23/016, Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan for Council's consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading of bylaw number 23/006? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 23-016, being the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other debate, discussion, or comments from Council? Not seeing any. I call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Weigel.
I move that bylaw number 23/016 be read a third and final time.
Thank you. Someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Are there any other debate, discussion, or comments from Council? Not seeing any. I call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move ahead with second and third reading of bylaw number 23/017, amendment to the City Center Area Redevelopment Plan, bylaw number 12/003 for Council's consideration. Can someone make the motion for the second reading of bylaw number 23/017? Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 23/017, being an amendment to the City Center Area Development Plan, bylaw number 12/003, be read a second time.
Can someone second that motion? Councilor Grandison.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Are any other debate, discussion, or comments from Council? Not seeing any. I call for a vote. All in favor? Councillor Cardinal, are you voting? Yep. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 23/017 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Weigel.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other debate points, discussion, or comments from Council? Not seeing any. I call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we'll move into public hearing for public notice bylaw. Again, I'm going to have a quick overview of the process. I'll declare the public hearing open, followed by introduction of the item by administration and questions from council. Then we'll move into written submissions and any speakers and hear verbal submissions of any speakers present, followed by questions of council. To conclude, there'll be closing statements, then hearing will be declared closed. Hereby declare the public hearing open. A public hearing is a legislative process. In making decisions on the proposed recommendation, council can only consider information received through this hearing. As a reminder for council members, it is important that everyone participate during the full duration of the hearing. Should you need to leave the chamber during the public hearing, please call for a point of privilege and we can take a brief recess. So I'd like to invite Sonia Suter, Manager, Legislative Services, and Tiffany Primer, Municipal Legal Counsel, Legal Services, and Dylan Corbett, Supervisor Communications and Engagement, to present.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sonia Suter, Senior Legislative Officer and Manager with Legislative Services. I'm joined today by Tiffany Primer, Legal Counsel with Legal Services, and Dylan Corbett, Supervisor with Communications and Engagement. Today, we will be providing a presentation on the proposed public notification bylaw that intends to set the mechanism for which municipal legislated public notices will be provided. In accordance with the legislated requirements, today's proceedings are a public hearing to hear any residents that may have comments in relation to the bylaw. Following conclusion of the public hearing, in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, a notice of the bylaw must contain the procedure to be followed by anyone wishing to file a petition in respect of the proposed bylaw within 60 days after the last date on which the proposed bylaw was advertised. Upon satisfying this requirement, bylaw number 23/012 will be brought forward for second and third readings at the November 14th council meeting. Under the Municipal Government Act, council is provided with the authority to pass an advertisement bylaw to provide flexibility and allow municipalities to develop notification tools that will best meet the needs of their communities. Currently, the municipality does not have a bylaw outlining the methods used to share notices with the public. The municipality has primarily advertised public notices in the Fort McMurray Today, mailed notices directly to the residents via Canada Post, and includes notices in local newsletters as well as posted notices on the municipal website. The Fort McMurray Today newspaper was a major source for advertising public notices. However, over the last number of years, the Today has gone from a daily printed issue to a weekly edition. In February 2023, the Today ended its printed edition and reverted to publishing an online edition of the newspaper. As a result, the municipality has used the municipal website as one of the major sources for keeping residents informed of important news. To support this change, enhancements have been made to the municipal website to provide a platform where all municipal public notices can be found. On this page, users are able to see a list of active notices and search by a date range, category, or by a subject matter. A menu item has been added on the main page of the municipal website that will take users to the public notices landing page. Residents also have the option to subscribe to the page to receive alerts and updates on matters that affect their neighborhoods. It is worthy to note that the rmwb public notice page will be the primary hub for public notices. Adding these notices to the website ensures they can also be found via the website search function and in Google as well. Posting public notices online aligns with best practices among other Alberta municipalities. This page can also be measured and analyzed for user traffic and views. Most importantly, we will continue to advertise with local media by promoting the link to the public notice page as the recognized hub for municipal notices. And local media plays a critical role in reaching community members, and we will maintain that positive relationship and support our advertising partners. In support of this change, benchmarking from across the province has shown that municipalities are using their municipal website as a major source for public notices, as well as using other media platforms to enhance and support advertisements based on the needs of their communities. The proposed bylaw before you today also seeks to identify alternate mechanisms that the municipality may use to enhance circulation, but also provides the flexibility to select the best option applicable to a specific need and community. It is important to note that these alternate methods do not eliminate any current methods used, but rather will enhance the public notification by combining the use of both print and electronic media. The municipality's electronic media coverage has increased over the years, particularly during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw electronic communication becoming the most recognized platform for residents to be engaged and receive news on the most up-to-date municipal business. The 2022 Web Metrics and Social Media provides a summary of the performance and metrics for the website and social media traffic for the municipality for 2022. There were over 1 million unique visits to the municipal website in 2022, with over 2.5 million page views. Social media followers for the RMWB, which includes followers on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and subscribers to YouTube, was approximately 70,000. RMWB direct engagements includes all engagements directly related to the RMWB on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at approximately 468,000. RMWB impressions includes all views directly to the RMWB on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and LinkedIn at close to 18 million. Administration is confident that using the municipal website as the major source for advertising is a sustainable and inclusive manner that would provide different levels of accessibility and would bring any subject matter to the attention of substantially all residents in the region, as well as the municipal website will allow for important and emergent information to be released and viewed in a timely manner. The municipality will continue to use the current traditional methods of advertising, such as local media publications, social media, newsletters, and mail, particularly in the rural communities where internet access is not consistent or available. In addition, the municipal website offers various tools for accessibility and translation, and residents have the ability to stay up to date on municipal news, programs, and operations. That concludes our presentation. We would be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sonia. Do we have any questions from Council for Administration? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Do you have any registered to make a verbal submission?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have no written submissions to note on the record, and we also have no registered verbal submissions.
Is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to present? Are there any further questions from Council to Administration? As a reminder, once the public hearing is closed, no further questions or information gathering can occur. Does Administration have any other comments? No. I now declare the public hearing closed. As mentioned on the agenda, following the conclusion of the public hearing, in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, the proposed bylaw must be advertised for a period of 60 days. And in an outline provided for the procedure to be followed by anyone wishing to file a petition in respect to the proposed bylaw, following the legislative petition period, the bylaw will return for council consideration for second and third readings. We'll now move onto the next public hearing. As a reminder, members of the public present in the gallery who wish to speak to an agenda item must register with the legislative services prior to the start of that item. Now we'll have public hearing for land use bylaw amendment, facilitate electronic advertising and public notices. Once again, I will declare public hearing open, followed by introduction of the item by administration and questions from council. Then we'll move on to the written submissions and any speakers hear verbal submissions from any speakers present, followed by questions from council. To conclude, we will hear closing statements, then the hearing will be declared closed. I hereby declare the public hearing open. The public hearing is a legislative process, and in making a decision on the proposed recommendation, council can only consider information received through this hearing. As a reminder for council members, it is important that everyone participate in the duration of the hearing. Should you need to leave the chamber during public hearing, please call for a point of privilege. We can take a brief recess. So I'd like to invite Amanda Heides, Acting Director of Planning and Development, and Leanne Kumka, Supervisor, Development Controls and Permitting, Planning and Development, to provide introduction and opening statements.
Thank you, and good evening. For the record, my name is Amanda Heides, Acting Director of Planning and Development, and with me is Leanne Kumka, Supervisor in Planning and Development. This brief presentation before you is in alignment with the previous amendment presented by Sonia Suter of Legislative Services. Since the adoption of the Land Use Bylaw in 1999, Planning and Development has advertised development decisions through printed editions of the local newspaper as per the Municipal Government Act requirements. In February 2023, the Fort McMurray Today newspaper ceased printing, and as a result, the municipality is transitioning to publishing advertisements online via our municipal website. To ensure this form of online advertising is a legally acceptable method of providing public notice of development authority decisions, it is necessary to amend Section 29.3 of the Land Use Bylaw to refer to electronic advertising via the municipal website. In alignment with the public notice bylaw brought forward by Legislative Services this evening, and to ensure additional sources for advertising will continue, it is recommended Section 29 of the Land Use Bylaw includes additional methods of notice, such as municipal social media accounts, flyers, and online newspapers. As online resources are not always preferred or available in our rural areas, notices are commonly posted on information boards, local newsletters, or hamlet offices, and this practice will continue in addition to online advertising for rural items. In closing, administration recommends that bylaw number 23/015, being a text amendment to the land use bylaw number 99/059 to facilitate electronic advertising and public notices, be read a second time, and that bylaw number 23/015 be read a third and final time. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. When we're looking at this, does this affect any of, we talked about our sign bylaws, and is this going to affect anything moving forward in that?
Through the chair to the mayor, no, it does not.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council through administration? Not seeing any. Do we have any written submissions that need to be acknowledged for the record?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Confirming for the record, there's no written submissions for this item to be noted.
Thank you. Do we have any verbal submissions?
We have no verbal submissions to be noted at this time.
Thank you. Is anyone in the gallery wishing to come forward to present? Nobody left? Everybody works here? Perfect. Are there any other questions from council to administration? As a reminder, once public hearing is closed, no further questions or information gathering can occur. Does administration have anything further they want to add? Now declare the public hearing closed. Coming out of bylaw hearing, now we have the second and third readings of bylaw number 23/015, land use bylaw amendment to facilitate electronic advertising and public notices for council's consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading of bylaw number 23/015? Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 23/015 being a text amendment to the land use bylaw number 99/059 to facilitate electronic advertising and public notices be read a second time.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Can someone second that motion? Councilor Dogar?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Any other debate, discussion, or comments from council? Not seeing a call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimous. Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Grandison?
I move that bylaw number 23/015 be read for a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Grandison, could I have someone second that motion? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion, debate, or comments from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimous. Thank you. And right now, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break. So welcome back, everyone. If someone wants to make the motion that we put off items 6.2 and 6.3 until the September 19th meeting, the September 19th special meeting. Councillor Weigel.
I'll motion that we move item 6.1 and 6.2 to next Tuesday. Is that what we're talking about?
6.2 and 6 months.
Sorry, 6.2 and 6.3 to next Tuesday.
Thank you. Have someone second that motion? Councillor Banjogo.
So next, is it till next week or to next meeting?
No, September 19th, next Tuesday.
Really? Okay. I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. And to call for a vote, all in favor? Yeah, we have a meeting on the 26th, but we also have a special meeting on the 29th, or on the 19th. So we're just adding these two agenda items to the special meeting on the 19th.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I'll call for a vote, all in favor? And opposed? Okay, that's passed with 1 against. Next, we have a report on Community Investment Program 2024 priorities. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community and Protective Services, to introduce the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. With me is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. We are presenting the Community Investment Program 2024 priorities. On July 11th, 2023, Council passed the Community Investment Program Policy, FIN 220. The Community Investment Program Advisory Committee, Deloitte, and the Community and Protective Services Department presented the results of the Community Investment Program review and the revised policy. The policy changes support the program to allow for strategic community investment that measures social return on investment in alignment with strategic funding priorities. Council sets the funding priorities, appoints the grant approval committee, and approves the funding amounts in the budget cycle for the Sustaining Grant, Community Capital Grant, Community Impact Grant, and Games Legacy Grant. The 2024 CIP priorities are derived from priorities in Council's strategic plan, the Wood Buffalo Age-Friendly Work Plan, Diversity and Inclusion in Wood Buffalo, the Wood Buffalo Culture Plan, the Wood Buffalo Public Art Plan, the Wood Buffalo Sports Strategic Plan, and the Municipal Development Plan. Each of these council-approved plans outlines several strategic priorities for the municipality that are guides for strategic investment and were used to establish the 2024 strategic priorities. 7 common priorities were identified based on how often they emerged across the plans, as demonstrated in the matrix on this slide. Each identified priority appears on average in 5 of the 7 council-approved plans, serving to advance several strategic areas through a single priority. This analysis informed the 2024 CIP funding priorities and will be detailed on the next slide. The strategic funding priorities will be used to support the CIP funding decisions for 2024. The priorities are partnership and collaboration, which demonstrates working together to achieve common goals and celebrating differences. Fostering trust and collaboration between residents, community organizations, government, and business. Rural and Indigenous communities and relationships. This includes learning from and working with local Indigenous partners and communities to forge new relationships that build kinder, more supportive, and more understanding communities. Social participation is community programs or projects that support and engage individuals to enhance their social connection and well-being and promotes a sense of community. Community support services and wellness is supporting individuals through social programs that can help build capacity in the community and ensure the needs, aspirations, and priorities of residents are met. Value of culture, heritage, and regional pride is intended to increase public exposure to arts and culture in the region and allow the opportunity to share and display the region's rich history, culture, and identity. This includes a celebration of cultural diversity, grounded in rich First Nations and Métis heritage, which is broadened by residents from around the globe to give the region unique character. Diversity, inclusion, and accessibility includes a celebration of difference and proactive approaches to ensure everyone is included in the community, helping the region to be a warm and welcoming and supportive place to live by reducing barriers to opportunities, resources, and services while promoting awareness. And lastly, hosting events and/or new business and visitors. Hosting events can showcase the region's strength and attract a broader scope of activities and opportunities for residents and local businesses. Supporting organizations that work together to promote sustainable practices and ensure that citizens and business interests are provided with valued services. Applicants for the 2024 grant cycle will select the priority or priorities their initiatives align with. Alignment to the funding priorities will be taken into consideration when establishing the administrative recommendations, along with other scoring criteria in the categories, including applicant capacity, project feasibility, evidence of need, and contribution to community resilience.
In 2024, several CIP grant streams will be approved by the Grant Approval Committee. These include the Community Impact Grants, Sustaining Strategic Partner Grant, Community Capital Grant, and Games Legacy Grant. The Grant Approval Committee will be responsible to review the scored applications and administrative recommendations, and then provide grant approvals within the predetermined budget set by Council. The approved funding priorities, along with previous trends for the Community Investment Program, will drive a process that is based on strategic investment. The current slide outlines the maximum grant within the total project budget that could be funded, along with the criteria for each grant stream. The relationship between the maximum granted amount and the criteria demonstrates the intended return on investment or impact in each grant stream. For example, organizations that align with at least one strategic priority are considered within the Community Impact Grant stream, while organizations that align to 3 or more strategic priorities may be funded through the Sustaining Strategic Partner Grant. The funded amounts within each grant stream are intended to reflect the investment in the greatest number of strategic alignments. The 2023 CIP grant cycle is still in progress. Final reports for the 2023 funding year are due between February to April of 2024. The 2022 Community Investment Program Annual Report is based on the funding provided in the 2022 grant year. Organizations self-report outcome measures, which provide a method of evaluation for the municipality to capture the impact funded initiatives have, and in turn, the return on investment for each grant stream. Organizations who applied for 2022 CIP funding submitted applications in September 2021, at which time the RMWB was guided by the 2018 to 2021 strategic plan. The priorities within that plan solely informed development of the outcome measurement model at that time. That means organizations were asked only to align to priorities or intended outcomes from the 2018 to 2021 strategic plan when requesting funds for 2022. This is reflected in the outcomes shown on this slide. In 2022, the Community Impact Grant stream, comprised of community programs and projects, or community events and new events, reflected that 41% of funded initiatives contributed to community development and resilience. 13% of funded initiatives contributed to fostering a welcoming and inclusive region, and 46% of funded initiatives contributed to fostering a connected and engaged region. In 2022, the Sustaining Strategic Partner Grant stream reflected that 53% of funded initiatives contributed to community development and resilience, 7% contributed to fostering a welcoming and inclusive region, and 41% of funded initiatives contributed to fostering a connected and engaged region. Community and Protective Services collaborates with organizations to provide training on annual outcome measurement, including one-to-one support to strengthen outcome measurement capacity and improve reporting. We anticipate that reporting will improve year over year as organizations adapt to this style, which will be evidenced in strengthened outcomes, elevated by improved strategic investment.
Approval of the 2024 strategic funding priorities is an important step to ensure grant funding is aligned with the strategic priorities along with a clear program objective, with improved ability to measure impact and enhance strategic investment overall. The administrative recommendation is that the 2024 Community Investment Program funding priorities be approved as presented. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair to, I guess, Deanne. I'm looking at this strategic priorities analysis slide. I don't know if you can go back to that one.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball. Yep, I'm there.
Okay, so Wood Buffalo Age-Friendly Work Plan. It does not align with partnerships and collaboration, does not align with rural and Indigenous communities when we hold our elders at a very high level. It doesn't align with culture or heritage, and it doesn't align with hosting new events. That doesn't make any sense to me. I would say age-friendly would align with every single one of those.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that could probably be said for every single one of those plans. The intent on this analysis was to pull out the top priorities out of these plans for use in the funding approvals and the scoring. So one of the age-friendly work plan really talks about the social participation, the community support services and wellness. Like those are really high priorities in that plan. And accessibility.
And rural and Indigenous quite highly, as I recall.
For sure.
So, I mean, that's not highlighted on here. The diversity and inclusion community, it doesn't align with value of culture. I mean, that seems like a no-brainer to me. Maybe just have a look at this chart again is maybe what I'm suggesting.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Do you have any other questions from council for administration? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to the presenters. On the games and legacy part, it says $1,500 to an individual or team. Like, if I just take if I go to some curling event and you don't have to qualify, please tell me I'm not eligible for the $1,500.
It's nationals.
What?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier. So that was then. The new policy that was just approved in July is different. The funding that's set out in the new policy is strictly related to the interest from the reserve. So in the past, there wasn't a limit. So if you were going to a provincial or national tournament, you would be eligible for the program. So what's going to happen in this cycle is that there's less money. So the priority for the, because this will be approved by the grant committee, so the priorities are really going to be for them, like what is really happening here, and there's a limited amount of money, and I believe it's like $10,000, maybe $11,000. So, do you want to add to that?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, the scoring card this year for Games Legacy will prioritize a higher weight to development activities.
Okay, but under the scoring, could I qualify, like, I'll use Councillor Ball, like we have slow pitch players that get picked up and go into nationals. There's no qualifying process. It could be a friendship because I got a buddy who plays in Edmonton and he wants me to go. Like, I have a hard time giving someone, an adult, $1,500, including myself, to go basically party. So But under the program currently, that you're still eligible for it, whether it's slow pitch or golf or anything.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, the way that the scoring will work this year is that applicants who are seeking development opportunities, particularly Indigenous athletes, will be weighted higher. And so the highest scored applications would receive the funding first, meaning that competitive opportunities outside of the region would be scored lower.
Okay, but I don't want to bring Indigenous or Aboriginal into this. I just want clarification. I'm the only one that applies to go to nationals. Nobody else applies. Am I actually going to get $1,500?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, so I'm just going to go to the actual guidelines. And so it says competitions must be a provincial, national, or international level, which are sanctioned by a recognized governing body and for which the applicant has qualified for through a regional, provincial, Western Canada, national, or international event. North American Indigenous Games and or Arctic Winter Games where the applicant has qualified to compete. So there is a qualification that's required to be eligible.
Okay, so I'm just trying to play devil's advocate because these teams go to slow pitch tournaments. There is a qualifying process, but I'm going to get picked up because my buddy's on the team from Edmonton. I guess, or I'm picked up for a golf team because my buddy in Edmonton needs another senior. I guess I'm just, like, we have measures in place where I'm not going to get $1,500, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, so what's happened in the past is there hasn't been that measure. So pretty much everyone that applied that met the guidelines got money. And that's what led us up to over $90,000 last year. So this year, the competition is really tough, if you will, and there's less money. So there's really gonna have to be, where's the biggest impact for the municipal dollars?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Ball?
Sorry, I didn't shut that off.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Stroud?
I'm on. Was there public meetings in Fort McMurray with stakeholders to discuss this community investment program 2024 through the consultant?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, there was many consultation opportunities that happened when the policy changed through the consultant, and they, gosh, I have a list, but there was over 7 meetings that occurred.
Within Fort McMurray?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, there were 7 one-on-one interviews with representative individuals from the nonprofit sector, and 129 surveys were distributed with a 48% response rate, which statistically is significant for representation of the nonprofit population. As well, meetings were held in July with the sector before the policy was passed to provide an opportunity for feedback on the proposed changes, should they wish to register to speak to that item on July 11th.
So were these public meetings or these one-on-ones in Fort McMurray?
Fort McMurray and rural.
Okay, there was one-on-ones in the rural areas also. Okay, am I able to get some of that information?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, absolutely. We don't have what the responses were, but we know what organizations answered the questions.
That you contacted in both the rural and the urban areas?
Every organization that received funding was eligible to provide a response. So, but we know exactly who, and I've sent it through to the CAO's office, but I'll have Margot forward it to you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not so much looking for the surveys because that's not a one-on-one, you know. I'm more interested in the one-on-one conversation so that there was questions and answers within that conversation.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, absolutely we can get that, but the surveys were an important piece too because there was an opportunity for them to provide open feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Any other questions from council? Not seeing any. Do we have any delegates for this item? Nope.
We have no delegates for this item.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel?
I move that the Community Investment Program 2024 funding priorities be approved as presented.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Any other questions of council for administration? Followed by debate points?
So,
I'm seeing.
Just
Go
a
ahead.
quick one. Thank you. I was a part of this process a little bit. I'm just looking at the clause about organizations being able to apply to only one of the streams. So in looking at the past records, how do you think this would affect and how was this received? And yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so you are correct. The eligibility this year is one application. In the past, organizations have been able to apply for whatever grant streams that they wanted. So one of the things that we learned from Deloitte was that it's best practice to just have one application. So organizations that have a community program or project application can't then also have an event application. So we've been working with those organizations to talk to them about how they could, if their event is similar to what their mandate is and what their programs and projects are, they can have an event as a project within their CPP grant or their community programs and projects. So we're working with agencies now. One of the things that the intention of this policy was to drive organizations to find other ways to be funded as well. So this is looking at other provincial grants or looking at some collaboration between organizations. So if there's 4 events in one community, maybe there only needs to be 1 or 2 and some organizations can collaborate on it. So that was the intention of that change. So we are getting some questions and you'll have seen an email from the CAO's office today with a response that I provided on those questions. Yes. But really the intention behind that is to drive some change. So this is a big change. It'll be a year where you'll get lots of questions from your constituents. But the committee believed in this, and Deloitte said this is best practices where we really start driving that one application.
Thank you for bringing that forward, and I actually am well aligned with that change, even though there might be some pushback, but I think we'll be getting good value for the money that we spend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. So thank you, everyone. Tonight's meeting is adjourned. Have a good night. Marcy Cho, Kinross-Compton, bonne nuit.
Bonne nuit, au revoir.